I call to order the July meeting of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank everyone joining us in the board and via live stream. We also have two of our regents appearing via Zoom. That is Regent Mary Turner and Regent Ruth Johnson. We have several consequential reports and items before us today, so at this time I'd like to turn right to business. This is the first fun thing that I get to do today, and that is to begin our meeting with the recognition of Interim Chancellor McMillan. Chancellor McMillan, if you could come to the podium, please. Along with my board colleagues, I would like to Interim Chancellor David McMillan for his leadership at the University of Minnesota Duluth and his dedicated service to the University of Minnesota. He has served as an excellent leader over the past 2 years and has worked closely with Chancellor Nees as he's transitioned into the role of UMD's 10th Chancellor. Today, I have the pleasure of presenting you with a certificate which reads as follows. The Regents of the University of Minnesota recognize with sincere gratitude and admiration the exceptional dedication, service, and contributions of David McMillan, University of Minnesota Duluth, Interim Chancellor. In a 2-year term as Interim Chancellor McMillan has achieved significant accomplishments across numerous initiatives, including the successful contract negotiation with the University Education Association, the increased ranking of UMD to number 6 in the top public schools among Midwest regional universities by U.S. News and World Report, and UMD achieving the Carnegie classification for community engagement, making the University of Minnesota system the nation's first to receive community engagement distinction for every campus. McMillan is known for his humility, his kindness, and his approachability. As interim chancellor, he frequently walked the halls of UMD, spending time in the community, and always took time to speak with anyone who approached him. He has served as an exemplary advocate for campus and community. His contributions to the Duluth campus and its students, faculty, and staff will be felt for years to come. On behalf of the university community, the Regents extend their respect and their deepest gratitude to David McMillan for his outstanding service to the University of Minnesota. We all know he will be successful in his future endeavors. I think they'll want to do a photo and then we'll send you around. Where would you like us? Okay. The next item is approval of the minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. The motion is approved. Next, we will hear the first report of the university's 18th president, President Cunningham. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I am delighted to address you all this morning in my official capacity as the 18th president of the University of Minnesota. As part of my inaugural President's Report, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to this board for their tremendous support and collegiality throughout my onboarding process. From the moment you finalized my presidential appointment on March 8th, you have been so welcoming, as has the rest of the community. Over the next few days, I look forward to engaging more closely with the Regents and university leadership as part of the board's annual retreat in Red Wing. I'd like to take a moment, I know he's not here, but just to really recognize former interim President Jeff Ettinger for his extraordinary leadership over the past year. Interim President Ettinger and his team navigated a number of challenges and complex situations in the recent months, and they've done so with the best intentions of the university in mind. When Jeff accepted the interim appointment last summer, he could have simply held down the fort until a permanent successor arrived, but instead he was fully determined and succeeded in moving the university forward in a positive direction. And I am forever grateful for his support, both throughout the leadership transition and the way that he left my work going forward. And I wish him a very relaxing and successful next chapter. I'm excited now to share some of my early observations and learning over these past months as I come into this position. It's a critical moment and an exciting time for our 5 campuses and for higher education broadly. As I begin my presidency, I'm struck first by the university's superpower. The U of M is one of America's leading public research universities, and yet we always prioritize our commitment to the state of Minnesota. That's a powerful and distinguished combination that I will ask us to double down on in the years ahead. I'm also especially struck by the unique qualities of each of our 5 campuses and their home communities. This provides extraordinary options for our students. At the U of M, students have a flexible, varied, and affordable pathways to a degree to future careers. As you know, my own lived experience shaped my understanding of the value of higher education on our lives. My mother was a non-traditional college student whose degree lifted us up out of financial hardship, enabled me to be the first in my family to go directly to college after high school. This university has a proud 170-year history of providing that kind of transformational value and educational excellence for students, families, and communities across the state and beyond. It's critical that we continue on our strong path to prioritize access, affordability, and positive educational outcomes. The university is as accessible to Minnesotans as it ever has been, with more Minnesotan students choosing to attend the U of M last year than ever before. I'm also heartened by other indicators of affordability and value here, including the fact that nearly half our students graduate with no debt. This is an amazing, wonderful fact that I've come into. We also have more to do to minimize debt and increase the return on investment for our students and families, but I'm impressed with the level of commitment I already see here. As a parent, I'm well aware that the costs of college versus what students and families pay are confusing. The sticker price is often not what families pay. We have more work to do to explain this. But one fact about here, and this place has struck me, is that when it comes to middle-class families, those who are earning less than $110,000 a year, the U of M, I have found, the data shows, is the most affordable 4-year option in Minnesota when accounting for the generous student aid they receive. This is a really important message for our students and our families. There's a lot to be said about being the most affordable 4-year college in the state for middle-class families, especially when combined with the national superpower that I mentioned earlier. Another point of pride I have learned in recent weeks is that our students benefit from the combination of academic excellence and experiential opportunities. I can see that our faculty and staff here are truly focused on the teaching excellence and engaged learning opportunities, including internships, service learning, and hands-on research that you get at a powerhouse research university like this. This kind of educational experience delivers tremendous value for our students and for our employees across the state. As we move forward, we'll continue to address the important factors that help students thrive and succeed academically. To ensure that students who come to the U of M are able to graduate in a timely manner while achieving their education and career goals. Our campuses exist to serve all Minnesotans, from small towns to large urban centers across all income levels, cultural backgrounds, and life experiences. We truly have a very diverse and evolving community here. This past year saw, in fact, the highest percentage of underrepresented students in the system's history, and also a record high number of faculty and staff hires who come from historically underrepresented identities. This is so important. We must continue to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion, both on our campuses and in partnership with communities across the state, because when we do, we all benefit from the educational outcomes that we deliver and the potential talent that can contribute to our mission and our learning in our classrooms. Of special importance to me is the university's commitment in rebuilding trust with the Minnesota tribal nations. We aim to form mutually beneficial partnerships built on research policies and practices that respect the tribal sovereignty, languages, and traditions. I see so many hopeful steps already as I come into this role, acknowledging the past and beginning to strengthen the relationships with tribal nations and Native people going forward. I've already had the pleasure to have a dinner and a meeting with several tribal leaders last month, and I'm committed to continuing listening and learning in collaboration that has laid the groundwork for the productive discussions with Minnesota Indian Affairs Council and the community members. I have two more high-level observations that are of special importance as we chart our path forward. The first, as many know, and I've mentioned, that U of M is a strong research and development engine for the state. Through my experience as a vice president for research and innovation at the University of Michigan, I have a very keen understanding of the critical role that an R1 university and a research powerhouse like this across the 5 campuses plays in the economic vitality of its home state. Here in Minnesota, the impact is unmistakable. The university generates more than $9 billion of economic activity for the state annually. University research leads to life-saving discoveries, excellence in clinical care, on-the-ground expertise through extension, business innovation, workforce development at scale. Last year, the university, I've learned, launched 23 startup companies stemming from its R&D, the highest ever, and 17 of them stay and are based right here in Minnesota, continuing to develop our economy. Last week, I toured the St. Paul campus. Thank you to those who took me on that tour. I witnessed how our innovative work across the biological sciences is positively impacting human health, as well as environmental health and animal health. I learned of the vision the leaders have behind our biotechnology and biomanufacturing innovation center and how we can utilize our research infrastructure to effectively address the complex societal challenges ranging from food insecurity and climate change to disease modeling. We are indeed national leaders in this space. What I have found over this past month is we are indeed national leaders in many spaces at this university. We need to sing those proudly. While I was in St. Paul, I also visited our College of Veterinary Medicine, where I learned the many ways where the U of M is working to control and eliminate disease that impact people and animals in the world that we share together. I saw the critical role our university plays in protecting our food supply and preserving our economy. I just learned, I'm sure many of you know, that Minnesota is the largest producer of turkeys. And so as part of the ongoing service to the state, the researchers at the College of Veterinary Medicine have dedicated their careers to supporting Minnesota poultry farmers and producers. This is an example of how our university is building a brighter future for the state and the state's economy by that work that they're doing to protect that poultry population. If there's a message I'd like to share with every person who lives here in Minnesota as I begin my presidency, it's that having one of the nation's leading public research universities in your state means more opportunity and a better quality of life for everybody who lives here. As deeply connected our research enterprise, U of M innovation drives a healthier Minnesota. Last week, I also toured, I did a few tours last week. Last week, I also toured the academic health facilities that make up the mHealth Fairview University of Minnesota Medical Center. We'll talk more about this important topic in coming weeks and months, but my presidency will focus intensely on how the university will contribute to a healthy Minnesota for many years to come, including a plan to address Minnesota's healthcare needs and workforce challenges. My own career and experience as a physician who's been focused for decades on public health makes me especially aware not only of our community's future health needs, but also of the powerful role a public research university plays in addressing them. Especially as a public institution, we know that human health, animal health, environmental health, soil health are all deeply connected. These are big, big challenges, and we know this university will be part of those big solutions. Of course, we understand and are grappling with these challenges across the higher education landscape as well. We have a great deal of work to do to rebuild trust in higher education, everything from issues of cost and value to civil discourse. Throughout it, we must remain firm in our commitment to academic freedom, which is the bedrock of discovery and educational excellence. We must and we will work hard to welcome diverse viewpoints and develop skills for dialogue across our differences, even in the most challenging circumstances. We do live in a time of challenging circumstances. We must support the rights of free expression while maintaining the safety and well-being of our campuses and community. Over these past 6 months, I've had the privilege of meeting with countless students. I've also had the pleasure of connecting with many U of M graduates representing alumni networks in cities ranging from Houston to Las Vegas. I did an alumni event last week too. It was a very exciting week. A highlight for me so far was engaging with our alumni community at U of M Day as we all took to the Minnesota Twins game at Target Field. I really want to extend a special thank you to the talented coaches from the Gopher baseball team for their help in ensuring I did not embarrass any of you or myself at the university when throwing the first pitch in front of that very captive audience that included some of our biggest supporters. It was evident through my conversations with friends and supporters there at the Alumni Association's recent end-of-year social that the passion and pride of our graduates have for this historic university shines bright. I'd like to provide some important updates now on leadership positions. The university welcomed another new leader on July 1 as Dr. Charles Nees began his tenure as the 10th Chancellor on our Duluth campus. Dr. Nees brings more than 25 years of experience in higher education to Duluth, most recently serving as the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs at the University of California, Merced. Last week, we were both trying to figure out how to make our computers work together in our office, we've discovered. He is an experienced strategic leader, and I look forward to working closely with him to support the continued success of our tremendous students, faculty, and staff in Duluth. There is so much potential there. And I'd be remiss again not to recognize Dave McMillan for his incredible leadership and service and his kindness to me over these past months and on the interview trail as we got to know each other. His passion and commitment for the success of the Duluth campus and the university system is remarkable. Before I move on, I would like to formally welcome 2 new members of the President's Office who are joining me from the University of Michigan. Jessica Durkin joined U of M on May 31st as my Chief of Staff. And Alex Piazza is now serving as my Executive Director of Presidential Communications. Together, Jessica and Alex have a combined 40 years experience working on Big Ten executive teams. I would also like to thank deeply John Stedland, who has not only supported my presidential transition in recent months, but also provided strong support as the Chief of Staff to Interim President Ettinger. With John continuing to serve as my senior advisor and Maggie Flayton and Brianna Mianin serving as my assistant chiefs of staff, I'm surrounded by a strong team in the Office of the President who will have experience working directly with me and also deep institutional knowledge. My team also includes Orbe Wilder, my executive assistant and confidential aide, and Anji Pesh as our office manager, and Eve Wolf, who will serve as the correspondence manager. All 3 have tremendous amount of University of Minnesota experience and knowledge, and for this I'm very grateful and for the work they've done in transition over this past months. This mixture will certainly help me in university leadership effectively position the U of M for success moving forward. On September 18th, we'll have an opportunity to come together on Northrop Mall to celebrate as a university community. A presidential inauguration provides a distinct moment in time for us as a university community to recognize our past, celebrate our present, and prepare for the future. More details about September 18th will soon be shared broadly, and I look forward to seeing you all on Northrop Mall as we celebrate together. On that day, I will be moderating a panel discussion also before the inauguration ceremony that brings together some of the brightest minds in public health and higher education to discuss the critical role public research universities play in advancing the health of Minnesotans. As a university system, we are driven distinctly by 5 vibrant campuses: Crookston, Duluth, Morris, Rochester, and the Twin Cities. Each one is uniquely designed to provide an affordable world-class education for students so that they can take on future leadership roles in the clinics, classrooms, and communities, and everywhere in between. There's a really certain power and promise associated with that university degree, regardless of the campus that you get it at. It creates pathways for our students to enjoy economic stability and contribute their skills and talent to the world around them. I'm committed to the success of our university as a system, and we'll be talking more about that in coming months. Over the next few months, I think in the first 50 days, I was told, I will visit all of our campuses in Crookston, Duluth, Morris, and Rochester so that I can begin to establish strong relationships there with our students, faculty, staff, and community members. There's a lot of activity taking place on our greater Minnesota campuses, and today I would like to highlight and use part of my president's report, which is almost concluding, to highlight some of their recent achievements. I would like to commend Chancellor Janet Shrunk Erickson and her colleagues at the Morris campus for their prestigious designation as one of the most transfer-friendly colleges in the nation. I would also like to extend my sincere congratulations to Chancellor Lori Carroll and her colleagues at the Rochester campus for their work in designing a new campus and climate action plan. That strategic plan aims to provide a framework for future expansion while simultaneously moving the Rochester campus toward the university's goals of carbon neutrality by 2050. As I continue to learn more about U of M, I'm impressed with the overall prowess when it comes to sustainability. This is another pride point that I think we have to sing louder here because it is a tremendous accomplishment compared to our peers across the country. We almost take it for granted how amazing this university is doing at sustainability. Just last month, the Times Higher Ed Impact Ranking listed U of M among the top 5 universities nationwide based on teaching, research, outreach, and stewardship that supports a more sustainable, equitable, and healthy future, top 5. More specifically, U of M ranks number 2 in clean water and number 3 in climate action. Sustainability is clearly so much part of the DNA here that I think we almost forget to say it so loudly. It's amazing, and it's important for us to celebrate together how remarkable those accomplishments truly are. These national rankings are a direct reflection of the experience and expertise of our faculty and staff who've been working to move them forward to impact the world around them. In closing, I want to reinforce my approach to leadership through service. 6 months ago, I had the pleasure, was it 6 months? 6 months ago, I had the pleasure of touring all 5 system campuses as part of the presidential search process. During that 900-mile journey across the great state of Minnesota, many of you had the opportunity to hear from me, and I will spend these next months as I want to hear from you. There is so much institutional knowledge here in this room today with our students, faculty, staff across all of our 5 campuses. As we move forward, we will have work for some challenges together. I believe the University of Minnesota can be, and will be a model of high-impact public higher education, one that builds authentic and trusting relationships with everyone who has a stake in our enterprise. As we work together, I will be intentional about fostering that environment in which faculty and staff are able to do their best work, where students can thrive and reach their educational goals. As we look beyond our campuses, I'm eager to find ways to enhance our partnerships and create value across the state. And so as I embark on my tenure, I will lead by listening. As I continue to meet and listen to faculty, staff, and students, I plan to ask you one fundamental question. How can we do the greatest good for our university and the state? The future is bright here at the University of Minnesota, and as president, I will work alongside you so that together we can write this next bold chapter. Thank you so much for your time and attention today, this morning. Chair Mayron, that concludes my first report.
Thank you, President Cunningham. Turning to my report, I will start by expressing excitement for the start of Dr. Cunningham's presidency, which officially began 10 days ago, and you can see she's been very busy in those 10 days and before as well in her onboarding. Her expertise, her vision, her leadership skills will be great assets to the University of Minnesota, and we look forward to working closely with her to fulfill the university's mission and achieve our shared goals in the years to come. I encourage everyone to extend a warm welcome to President Cunningham as she engages across the university and begins to encounter the wide variety of people and places across the system that serve this state so well. Later today, the board will kick off its summer retreat where we will begin to identify priorities in partnership with President Cunningham to guide our work in the 2024 and 25 academic year. Those priorities will inform our board members and committee work plans for the coming year. I look forward to sharing those work plans and our annual priorities with the university community in the fall. And That concludes my comments, which are short today. And so with that, we will continue with our agenda. Item 5 is to receive and file reports. Please note those items reported in the docket materials. The next item on our agenda is the consent report. The consent report includes gifts, the Finance and Operations Committee consent report, the Mission Fulfillment Committee consent report, and a Regents Award nomination. Before I invite a motion to approve the consent report, you are welcome to ask questions, make comments, or ask for an item to be separated out from the report to be voted on separately. Are there any questions, comments, or requests to separate out an item? All right, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent report?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? If there is no further discussion, all those in favor, please say yes or aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Thank you. The motion is approved. The next item on our agenda, the 7th item, we are going to review and act on a resolution related to the pause in the administrative hiring process related to the director position of the Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies within the College of Liberal Arts on the Twin Cities campus. As you all know, Vice Chairs Hipsch and Kenyanya joined me in issuing a statement on this matter late last month. Today, we bring that statement before you to consider for the full board. Before we discuss the resolution, is there a motion to approve the resolution related to the pause in the administrative hiring process?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the resolution? Hearing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say no.
No.
The motion is approved. The next item on the agenda is a resolution related to expanded alcoholic beverage sales at the Huntington Bank Stadium, Williams Arena, and Maturi Pavilion, the 3M Arena at Mariucci on the Twin Cities campus. With us today are Athletics Director Mark Coyle, who is joining via Zoom, and Senior Advisor to the President, John Stedlin. Dr. Stedlin, would you like to provide us with a brief overview?
Good morning, Chair Mayron and members of the board. Athletic Director Coyle and I are here to present for action today a resolution related to expanded alcoholic beverage sales in athletic venues on the Twin Cities campus. As we discussed in June, the proposed expansion of sales is phased over a 3-year period for Huntington Bank Stadium, Williams Arena, Maturi Pavilion, and 3M Arena at Mariucci, and includes both mixed drinks and direct sales in the seating bowl of the stadium. As a reminder, this proposal has been reviewed and recommended by the Alcohol License Oversight Committee, which is convened by the Office of the President and Contract Management and contains representatives from the Office of Student Affairs, Risk Management, and the Office of the General Counsel. The Department of Public Safety has also reviewed the proposal and is supportive. And with that, we are open to any questions that you may have this morning.
Any questions, discussions with respect to the matter at hand? Yes, Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I just have one request. Since we're approaching this in a phased, provided this resolution succeeds, given that we're approaching this in a phased manner with different levels and involvement and staffing and all of those kinds of things, I think it would be really helpful if after the 2024-2025 season, we can get kind of a status report if there are any lessons learned, any changes we may need to think about making for the other phases, any additional, not reporting, checking or other items, since we talked so deeply about, how IDs are checked and what the process is and all of those items last time we met and looked at this. That would be my only request, and I don't think it requires any any change to the resolution itself. It's merely just I think it would be really interesting because this has been so thoughtfully put together in a phased approach for this change.
Any comments, Dr. Stedlin or Executive or Athletic Director Coyle, on this suggestion?
Chair Mayron, Regent Verhalen, we can certainly produce that, and we'll provide an update on how things went in year one of the 3-year plan, so to speak.
And it might be that we'll see how that update goes, and then if we would like, given it is a phased process, we could talk about whether it makes sense to do updates after each of the other phases have been in place as well. I think it's an excellent suggestion. Thank you. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. Would agree with Regent Verhalen's comments about seeing evaluation after the phases. That would be really helpful. And then just wanted to say thanks for the financial analysis that was provided that I had asked about after the last meeting, and we were able to see some of those projections. And so wanted to say thank you for that and continue to be supportive. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right, then the motion has been moved and seconded. As there are no additional questions and comments, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. The motion is approved. Thank you. Turning to our next item, I invite Director of Intercollegiate Athletics, Mark Coyle, and Senior Associate Athletics Director and Chief Financial Officer Tim McCleary to share the annual report on intercollegiate athletics for the Twin Cities campus. Director Coyle.
Good morning, Chair Mayron and members of the Board of Regents and President Cunningham. We want to thank you for the opportunity to give an update on Gopher Athletics and the exciting things that our student athletes and coaches continue to achieve academically, athletically, and socially. And Tim, I assume the PowerPoint is up and I can start through the presentation?
Yep, it's ready.
Okay, great. So we wanted to give you an update on the state of college athletics. And Minnesota is a proud legacy member of the Big Ten and was a founding member of the conference in 1896, along with Chicago, Illinois, Michigan, Northwestern, Purdue, and Wisconsin. 6 of those schools, Chicago being the exception, are still members of the Big Ten today. As you know, the Big Ten will expand to 18 universities on August 2nd, 2024, as it is adding UCLA, USC, Oregon, Washington. The Big Ten and the SEC will be the 2 most prominent and influential conferences in college athletics. It's important to note and understand that Washington and Oregon are joining the Big Ten knowing that they will receive significantly less money than the other 16 members. In the Atlantic Coast Conference, member schools are pursuing legal action against the conference in an effort to leave. So my point is that it's very fortunate that Minnesota is a legacy member of the Big Ten Conference. You've read recently and you've seen updates of a potential settlement to the lawsuits that has been put against Division I athletics. And this is still pending judicial approval from the judge, but we are prepared to make those adjustments with our student athletes in our departments. That settlement addresses a $2.7 billion back payments to student athletes for 10 years. In addition, they're talking about a revenue share model as we move forward, starting in FY26. And of course, NIL has been a very big part of intercollegiate athletics, not only at Minnesota, but across the country, and we continue to make those adjustments. Next slide, please. We wanted to, again, just give you a visual of the teams that will be in the Big Ten Conference. As I just mentioned, Washington, Oregon, SC, and UCLA will join the league on August 2nd. The Big Ten has been an incredibly competitive league from top to bottom, and our 4 new members will continue to enhance that competitiveness across all sports. It's a broad-based athletic conference with broad-based success across the board. And there's no doubt that Minnesota, our student athletes and coaches are going to have to step up to compete at this high level. Next slide, please. We wanted to talk about the support and the focus on our students. As you all know, we sponsor 22 varsity sports. We have more than 600 student athletes. We have 260 full-time employees. Our FY25 budget is projected to be at $150 million. That budget ranks in the bottom quarter of the Big Ten. According to an outside study by eConsult Solutions, Gopher Athletics generates more than $473 million annually in economic impact in Minnesota. We wanted to continue to point out that Joy Thomas and our health and performance units, we continue to provide mental health resources and support to our student athletes. In fact, more than 65% of our student athletes take advantage of these services. Next slide. On the academic side, as you know, we are very, very proud of what our students are doing in the classroom. Our student athletes semester grade point average was a 3.45 this spring, which continues to make Minnesota one of the top public schools in the country with respect to student athlete academic success. Our cumulative grade point average of 3.44 this past spring was a department record. Our graduation rate is at 95%. And we wanted to point out that Minnesota has recorded the 6th highest graduation success statistics in school history during the last 6 years, with a school record 96% mark in 2021, 94% in 2022, 2020, and 2019, and 93% rate in 2018. Again, these graduation success rates make us one of the highest public institutions in the country with respect to academic success. The academic progress rate, APR, we have 12 programs with a perfect APR score. 4 programs have a perfect 1,000 multi-year rate. We've had 343 academic all Big Ten students. We've had 121 of our students be recognized as Big Ten Distinguished Scholars. And 74 of our students have been named Academic All-Americans since the 2016-17 academic year. Next slide. When we talk about the focus on our students athletically, this past year we finished 39th in the Directors' Cup out of 307 universities. That places Minnesota in the top 12.7% in collegiate athletics. And quite honestly, we're disappointed with our finish this year. We are normally in the low to mid 30s, and it's something that we'll continue to focus on to improve our Director Cup standing. I believe we finished 8th out of 14 teams in the Big Ten this past year. Vivi, who you see pictured there, won a national championship in swimming and diving. She's the first Gopher to win a platform title and the 4th Gopher diver to win a national title. Minnesota has won 10 titles overall. And then we've had, I believe, 15 other student athletes in programs across 8 different sports who won Big Ten titles, and they're listed below. So again, our student athletes are doing incredible things athletically as well. Next slide, please. Tim, I'll turn it to you.
All right. Thank you, Mark, Vice Chairs Kenyanya and Hipsch, and Chair Mayron. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. First, I will review FY24 and then move on to an overview of FY25, including broader points on various topics along the way. To start, for FY24, we are pleased to anticipate finishing the year with a balanced operating budget. The books are not closed until next week, and the NCAA report is released in January. Athletics has balanced the budget every year under Mark Coyle, with the exception of FY20 and FY21, which were impacted by COVID. With that said, we will need new solutions to balance the budget going forward. The following comments summarize FY24, and some apply to our financial picture in general. In FY24, we had strong ticket sales for football, men's hockey, and women's basketball, with their large crowds for Iowa and Yukon. We also did very well with concessions, as well as the Beyonce concert and other outside events. These items were offset by fundraising to athletics being down from strong recent years, with NIL as a major factor. This is significant because in recent years, we had increasingly started relying on fundraising to supplement reduced operating budgets. We have managed our expenses with operating budgets still lower than pre-pandemic levels by $2 million and much lower adjusted for inflation. If we had adjusted for inflation, our operating budgets would have been $11 million higher in FY24. Salary and fringe is the largest category in the budget and one of the most impactful to success. We know that larger salaries gain attention, including through the Regents approval process. Compared with our Big Ten peers, we were $7.4 million lower in total salary and fringe in FY23. Fringe policies are not the same at each university. However, with the policies at other Big Ten schools, this category could potentially be millions of dollars lower. In addition to managing existing operations and salaries, we were able to implement new investments while balancing budgetary constraints and providing baseline resources to compete, which includes our first full year of academic achievement payments resulting from the Alston case and additional paid coaches in certain sports that were previously required to be volunteers. Along with the impact of NIL on fundraising, the total impact from recent NCAA rule changes was about $7 million in FY24. Going into the year, our budget ranked 10th out of 14 in the Big Ten, with the 9 higher budgets between $5 million and $118 million higher. Before the pandemic, we ranked number 8. With the new members in the Big Ten, we expect to rank 14 out of 18. However, when looking at a subset of revenue, what I call self-generated revenues, which would mean any revenue that's not from the conference, NCAA, or institution, we ranked 11 out of the 18 schools that will be in the Big Ten based on FY23 reporting. It is also important to understand that when looking at factors from fringe policy, student fees, institutional support, non-resident tuition remission, sales tax, campus overhead, and sponsorship policies, approximately half of the Big Ten departments have at least a $10 million advantage, while the other half are at least approximately $10 million higher in self-generated revenue, primarily from football. We have been working with campus leadership in recent years on identifying these items and evaluating potential solutions. A key area that we compare well with peers is overall quality of facilities and relatively low debt service. As you will see on the next slide, revenue from the Big Ten, or in 2 slides, revenue from Big Ten TV contracts is by far our highest source of revenue. Like us, our Big Ten peers continue to invest revenue from all sources in competitive excellence, broad-based programming, and Title IX compliance to represent their universities at a high level with exposure and university brand enhancement that is not matched in the country. So before getting into the FY25 budget, I will discuss our primary revenue buckets for context. The Big Ten and NCAA distributions is shared equally among 14 incumbent members plus USC and UCLA. As Mark noted, Washington and Oregon will receive about half. The Big Ten component is almost all tied to media rights for football and to a lesser extent men's basketball. The NCAA money is almost entirely tied to the NCAA men's basketball tournament. Ticket sales are made up of single game sales and the ticket value assigned to season tickets. The scholarship seating donation tied to season tickets is included in the fundraising category. Within these categories, football, men's basketball, and men's hockey amount to 93% of the total ticket and scholarship seating total. The other components of fundraising include donations utilized for debt service on capital projects, salaries and fringe, and programming such as student-athlete development and leadership. It is key to remember that we operate in a very competitive environment for both ticket sales and fundraising. The next largest individual category is sponsorships, which primarily comes from our multimedia rights partner, Gopher Sports Properties, a division of Learfield. This includes corporate sponsorships sold in our venues, on our website, on social media, and on our radio broadcasts. Lastly, the other category is comprised of items such as licensing, concessions, parking, endowment earnings, facility rentals, and institutional support. These are all of the revenue categories for our athletic department, and the other departments around the country. Now looking more specifically at our FY25 revenue budget, you can see clearly the impact of our membership in the Big Ten. The Big Ten and NCAA percentage of total revenue is up from prior years, as FY25 is the first year of the new TV contracts with CBS fully integrated and UCLA and USC included, who were new members at the time of the new deal. The increase comes at a critical time with the recent impact of inflation, NCAA rule changes, market-driven competitive factors, and increased internal university costs. Going forward, the annual increases in TV will be much more modest, which will require other solutions to keep pace with normal levels of inflation and other factors. The NCAA distribution will actually be down in future years related to back damages from the House settlement. The next anticipated increase in this category is related to the college football playoff in FY27. However, that increase will already be earmarked as a partial funding solution for the new settlement and revenue sharing. The next highest category is ticket sales. We are budgeting an increase over FY24 due to the Big Ten moving away from ticket revenue sharing and the continued upward trend with football ticket sales fueled by strong schedules and the team's overall performance in recent years. The fundraising budget is slightly lower than ticket sales. We continue to be very fortunate for the generosity of our donors and the hard work of staff involved in fundraising. Primarily as a result of NIL, the budget for fundraising is down in FY25 compared with FY24 and other recent years that have been at historical highs. NIL, name, image, likeness, the deals for NIL do not go through the university, but they still rely on many of the same sources as the donations to the university. The intense focus on fundraising in recent years has allowed us to mitigate the impact of inflation and other impacts on our operating budget. While the Dinkytown Athletes NIL Collective has had success increasing NIL funds that demonstrates a growing commitment to NIL from Gopher supporters, it is critical to know that Dinkytown relies on immediate cash payments rather than pledges over multiple years that are customary to traditional university fundraising. With the sponsorship and other categories, the key factors are as follows. For sponsorship, we just signed a 10-year extension with Learfield with the board's approval in June. The extension provides a very competitive annual guarantee and revenue share percentage and a contract model that creates more opportunity for upside than the previous deal. Another source of growth is concessions, driven by higher commission rates, higher attendance, and investments in concessions operations focused on efficiency. We are also seeing some growth in small and medium-sized facility rentals, which were down coming out of COVID. However, that category overall of outside events is down in our FY25 budget due to not having a stadium concert. With the institutional support category, that is a transfer from the university to athletics, and from FY24 to FY25, it is flat, which is consistent with the previous 10+ years. While there have been some adjustments outside of this transfer to reduce the impact of non-resident tuition increases on the athletics budget, it is important to look at the full picture. In terms of direct finances, athletics also makes significant payments back to the campus in the form of scholarships, cost pool payments, fringe, and marching band support. Athletics also has significant budgeted expenses for campus police and security, custodial services, and utilities. Lastly, athletics drives value in large sponsorship agreements like Coke and Huntington Bank that both have large allocations of revenue to other campus units and student services across campus. In comparison, numerous schools in the Big Ten invest over $20 million to athletics in net annually. And across most Division I conferences, the average investment from campus to athletics is over $20 million. These other universities are investing significantly in athletics for the value athletics provides to their institutions. But the value we receive as a member of the Big Ten is much greater than all of these other conferences. The biggest impact from athletics for the university is exposure, brand enhancement, and academic and research affiliations that largely come through the membership in the Big Ten. If athletics has just a 1% impact on the university annually, it would be $50 million in FY25 with the overall university budget of $5 billion. And this is in addition to the $474 million annual impact for the state and community. Athletics also generates over 1.3 million visitors to campus annually and tens of millions in TV viewership. With the changes ahead, competing at the highest level and intentionally working together in new ways can allow athletics and the university to propel each other to new heights. Now looking at our FY25 expense budget, salaries and fringe is the largest category. Similar to the university as a whole, athletics is a people-driven enterprise with a wide variety of functions that go into supporting our 22 sports and operations that are all critical to competitive success, compliance, revenue generation, and the student-athlete experience. Recruiting and retaining staff is critical. Our salaries remain at the bottom half to the bottom third for the Big Ten for most coaching positions, including football, and are at or below the campus midpoint for most support staff positions. The salary budget is up due to the 3% merit pool, increases in football salaries and related fringe, potential increases in federal minimum salaries, and potential new positions related to NIL and revenue sharing. Now to operations. This category primarily includes operating budgets for sports and support units, such as athletic medicine, event operations, and the ticket office. Lumping in operations, our core FY25 operating budgets are higher than FY19, which is 6 years ago, for the first time since the pandemic. But they are still over $6 million lower than inflation. As noted, the large increase in Big Ten revenue came just in time to better address challenges with previous budget cuts and inflation. The core operating budget includes items like travel, utilities, custodial, meals, recruiting, equipment, and other baseline activities to operate and compete in the Big Ten. Also included in the operations portion of the chart is a new budget line item for $3.5 million in NIL payments, with the anticipation that legislation changes could bring NIL in-house. Other notable items include a Big Ten requirement to install baseball and softball replay technology and other necessary digital and video equipment replacements. The scholarships category includes traditional tuition, room and board, and we are also going into the third year with academic achievement payments from the Alston Supreme Court case, which is known as Champions for Life in our department. Debt service primarily includes Athletes Village and Huntington Bank Stadium, along with smaller payments for the Aquatic Center, outdoor track, and golf facility. We have continued to pay down and decrease the overall debt balance. However, we will have new debt starting in FY26. One loan is for the ice plants at 3M Marina and Ritter Arena, which were being replaced after reaching the end of their useful life and as well as new environmental regulations. Note that both of these facilities are used regularly by other campus units and the community. The other loan is for the women's gymnastics practice facility, which is needed due to a campus decision to repurpose their previous building and to meet Title IX standards. Also of note related to debt, $6.2 million in principal and $500,000 in interest has been paid on the COVID loan. The cost pool is an allocation of campus overhead expenses, and it is up for FY25. This item increases each year outside of a drop during COVID. However, it rebounded to be higher than the pre-COVID levels during FY24. In summary, the budget submitted with $147 million in FY25 revenue and $150 million in FY25 expense reflects a forecast based on information we have at this time. And we will work to manage it while working with campus leadership to best position the department and university for success. To recap, our revenue is up about $12 million, primarily from the new Big Ten TV contracts, with changes in other revenue categories mostly offsetting each other. A large portion of the increase is to fund $6 million to sport, facility, and support unit operating budgets to make progress with inflation, as these budgets were cut by $5 million coming out of the pandemic and are well below inflation. The $5 million in cuts does not include reductions in positions and scholarships that also occurred at that time. The other primary increases are market-driven, competitive factors, NCAA rule changes, and campus and internal cost related. Specific items include $3.5 million for the NIL payments, approximately $4 million increase in salaries and fringe, and about $400,000 for the cost pool. We are actively working on solutions that can position the department for a balanced budget while funding operations at a competitive level in a very competitive and changing environment. Note that if actual FY25 revenue ends up lower than FY25 expenses, it is an annual shortfall and can be covered by athletics cash balances. Thus, it would not require additional campus funds. With the historic changes from the House settlement just a year away, we will be working closely with campus leadership to evaluate all opportunities to manage our finances in a manner that positions athletics to represent the university at a high level as an invaluable asset to the university. The new era will bring significant change, tough decisions, and an opportunity for the university to further align with the top institutions in the country. Mark.
Thank you, Tim. And we would like to, if you remember, last year we hired 3 new head coaches. We hired Keegan Cook for volleyball. Keegan is our 8th full-time head coach in program history, 3rd since 1996. He led our team to a 17-13 record in the second round of the NCAA tournament. It's important to note that Keegan has made the NCAA tournament in all 9 years of being a head coach, and we have great expectations as he starts his second year with us. Dawn Plitzowite with women's basketball. She was our 13th full-time head coach in program history. She led our women's team to the WNIT championship game and a 20-16 overall record, just the 15th time in program history that we have won 20 games in one season. If you recall, when we hired Dawn, she has 16 winning seasons, 10 21 seasons, and 2 31 campaigns as a head coach in her career. And then finally, Lois Arterberry, who we hired to lead our women's tennis program. She's the 8th full-time head coach in program history. The team finished 11th and 13th overall and 4-7 in the Big Ten in her first year after finishing 5-17 overall and 0-11 in the Big Ten the previous season. So we're very proud of Lois and success she had. We also hired 2 new head coaches this spring. We hired Matt Higgins to lead our women's golf program. He was named head coach this past May. He has served as an assistant coach at Minnesota since 2021. He helped recruit and or develop our top 3 all-time season scoring record holders. He previously was the head coach at Regents University Montana, and Concordia St. Paul. He also worked at Upper Iowa University from 2017 to 19 in compliance and admissions. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize John Anderson, our baseball coach who just retired. He was with our program for 49 years, the all-time winningest Big Ten coach, and he did an unbelievable job with our program. To replace Coach Anderson, we hired Ty McDevitt. Ty was again named our head coach in May of 2024. He's the 16th full-time head coach in program history, but only the 4th since 1948. He's been the Minnesota pitching coach from 2019 to 24 and a volunteer assistant coach from 2017 to 18. In 2024, Minnesota ranked first in the Big Ten in fewest earned runs and home runs allowed, third in ERA, strikeouts and hits per 9 innings, and hits allowed, and were 4th in strikeouts. Since the 2017 season, 11 different student athletes, pitchers have been selected in the Major League Baseball draft, including 7 in the top 10 rounds. The Gophers have had pitchers drafted in all 7 of Ty's seasons at Minnesota, and he played for Minnesota from 2012 to 2016. So we're really excited to welcome Matt and Ty as head coaches to our programs. And with that, Tim and I are happy to take any questions, Chair Mayron.
Thank you very much to both presenters. A lot of information that you have provided to us with respect to the current status of the athletic operation and what the challenges that we're going to be facing in the future here. Before I entertain any questions or comments from other regions, President Cunningham, do you have a few comments you'd like to make?
I do, just to have a few comments, and thank you so much to our presenters. Thank you, Chair Mayron. I'm very much looking forward to watching, first of all, our student athletes this fall, so just so excited to get out there with all of you. I wanted to just spend a moment on Big Ten. Having spent the last 25 years of my career at a fellow Big Ten institution, I want to highlight some of the ways that our membership in this prestigious conference adds value beyond the athletics components that we're hearing. For example, we are members of the Big Ten Academic Alliance, the nation's preeminent model for effective collaboration among research universities. Founded in 1958, the Academic Alliance is currently chaired by our own Provost Rachel Croson. Collectively, the Big Ten universities serve 800,000 students and award more than 200,000 degrees annually, including 12,000 research doctorates. These universities work together across those multiple missions. I had the privilege of sitting on the VPR Big Ten committee over the past several years. We shared information, we learned from each other through things like COVID, but also routine areas. That alliance does a lot more than athletics. It really creates and sustains a culture of our collaboration. Not only the VPR groups, but the provosts, chief information officers, graduate deans, international officers, librarians, government relations officers, DEI, communication, marketing, all of those officers have their own committees across the Big Ten where they're sharing information, learning from each other. It's the envy of the rest of the types of collaborations that are around universities because of its size and its nimbleness and its ability to collaborate. That enables not only the sharing of our best practices, but our collaborations that advance. I'll mention just a few other things here. There's the Big Ten libraries that broaden our access across collections. There's the Big Ten Cancer Research Consortium. So just to give a little picture here, we're focused on this amazing presentation on athletics. But as a university, and as I come in, I just want to reiterate the importance of our university and its place in the Big Ten and the importance to the Big Ten that might not be obvious beyond this important athletic. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we start with questions, Regent Turner will be up first. I just have an observation and a question, and it may be premature, but the observation is that the settlement relating to NIL the impact of it is enormous and going to be enormous, and it's having, I can see, a significant impact on our budget on the revenue side, which then impacts our ability to cover the expenses that we are being impacted as well due to inflation and, again, impact of NIL, even on scholarship and fundraising, things like that. Are there, as you think about solutions to this enormous hit, Are there certain things that are coming to mind at this point that you can preview? And if it's too early to answer that question, I certainly understand, but it's going to be a heavy lift, and I suspect it's going to have a significant impact on our whole athletic operation, or it could, going forward.
Chair Mayron, thank you for the question. And President Cunningham, I very much appreciate your comments about the importance of the Big Ten and the academic alliance as well. And Chair Mayron, again, this is all pending court approval, but with the House settlement, the House Carter case, that's about 2.8 billion in back damages. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, we have the revenue share model that will start in FY26. And so we're very grateful for our partnership with Julie Tonneson and our campus partners. And as Tim and I in our department look to navigate through this process, obviously, when I talk about the Big Ten and the SEC being the two most influential conferences in the country, we have a new CFP deal that Tim talked about. The CFP is the college football playoff. There'll be some new revenues that will come in toward the Big Ten and the SEC conference. That will be in FY27. So that will help us alleviate some of the financial pressure. But there's no doubt there's going to be some financial pressures. We try to navigate the new chapter of college athletics, if you will. And we'll have to take a hard look at all of our sports and what we provide our student athletes and the ways we do that, and try to maximize their experience as much as possible and maintain our goal of providing them with a first-class experience academically, athletically, and socially.
All right, Regent Turner, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. First of all, Athletic Director Mark Coyles, I would like to commend all of our student athletes on their academic excellence. As somebody who is extremely
Regent Turner, we're having difficulty hearing you. I don't know if you can get closer to your computer or the speaker piece. Let's give it another try.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. It's whether the words, we can hear your words that are coming through. They're getting garbled, but let's see how it goes.
Okay. All right. First of all, can you hear that?
Yes.
First of all, I would like to commend our student athletes on academic excellence. As someone who is extremely workforce, I am delighted that we are churning out so many people that will be able to be productive.
Regent Turner, I'm going to interrupt you again. I think we need an IT fix here or a suggestion to see if we can get the audio.
Question, yeah.
Pardon?
Type it into comments.
That's really tough. Is there any other, if she goes off video or calls in, does a call in and as opposed to being on the screen?
She touched it. It seemed like it changed.
Does the video being off help?
Yes, so let's give that a try for now.
Okay, all right. Once again, for the third time, I want to commend our student athletes on their wonderful job. As somebody who's very interested in and concerned about our future workforce, like I said, I am delighted that this university system.
Okay, Regent Turner, this isn't working either. So I'm wondering if we can give her a dial-in, a way to call in, and then we could have Regent Hipsch ask his question. Let me ask, Regent Turner, hang on here.
Madam Chair, we will try to connect her via phone, and if you move on, we'll circle back.
Okay, did you hear that, Regent Turner? We're going to try to connect you by phone.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
All right. So does that mean she needs to go off this? Probably you'll need to leave the Zoom.
Madam Chair, we'll just
You'll handle it.
they'll communicate with her separately. So.
All right, this is a good idea. Me doing it is a very bad idea. Well beyond my pay grade, which is 0. All right, we're going to turn to Regent Hipsch, who is here at the Horseshoe, and then we're going to get back to Regent Turner.
Thanks, Chair Mayron. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine. Yeah.
Unfortunately, yes. So, thanks, Mike. So Associate Director and Athletic Director Coyle, thank you for your great presentation, and thank you for managing through very turbulent waters, if you want to call them, with changes with transfer portals and NIL and lawsuits and whatever else we have going on. I can't imagine how your day is changing from the beginning of the day to the end of the day. But thank you for managing. Thanks for another great report. I have two questions and they're unrelated. And the first has to do with the Big Ten NCAA media contract, which is 51% of our revenue. You know, we're seeing stuff with Bailey and Comcast, Bailey Sports, with the Twins. Is that revenue source stable, do you think? I mean, do you have a lot of trust in getting that money from them? So that's my first question.
Chair Mayron and Regent Hips, thank you for the question. If you recall, Regent Hips, last year, the Big Ten entered into a new 7-year agreement with our new television partners. Those partners are Fox Sports, NBC, and CBS. I'm actually in Utah right now with the CBS folks with March Madness and having meetings with them. So we do not have events on Valley Sports or on those other networks. And so we feel very confident that we have 3 broadcast partners as our media partners for the Big Ten Conference. There's no doubt we have the best media deal in the country. And again, another reason why being in the Big Ten is so important for our institution, for the visibility of our institution. So we feel very comfortable with those partnerships. And again, we're entering year 2 of those partnerships. But again, the Big Ten Conference, Commissioner Batiti, Kerry Kenny have done a wonderful job negotiating those contracts and protecting all 18 institutions in the Big Ten.
Thank you. And my second question has to do with mainly football, but we're kind of the farm club for the NFL, not kind of, we are. And we put a lot of effort into recruiting athletes, training athletes, and then the NFL just gets to come into our organization and not pay any of the expense of doing that. Is there any talk about the NFL sharing in some of those expenses in developing athletes as a source of significant revenue coming back to colleges?
Chair Mayron and Regent Hips, thanks for that question. I'm not sure if specific conversations taking place. I think everybody recognizes that that college football, as Tim noted in his remarks, college football generates about 90% of the revenue for all Division I programs that sponsor football. And then, as you noted, they compete at our institutions, and then they're drafted. They go in the NFL. And I know there's ways we can develop better partnerships with the NFL, but I'm not sure of the specific conversations. But those are things I can talk with Commissioner Petit about and follow up with you if you'd like.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we? All right. Pardon? Okay. Regent Turner, it looks like you are on the phone, so let's give it a try and see if we can hear you now.
Okay, let's do it. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, it's probably I'd probably be better off just shaking the hands of all the athletes individually. But anyway, I just want to commend Athletic Director Coyle on the academic excellence, and more importantly, the athletes on their academic excellence. As somebody who is very concerned about the future workforce, I am delighted that our university system is producing so many people that are going to carry us into the future. So thank you for all of the efforts that you have done that in that respect. And a big thank you to all of our athletes. My concern, and I know that Chair Mayron kind of brought this up, but, as a new region, I kind of inherited just hearing about a decision that was made a couple of years ago to get rid of a couple of the teams, the men's tennis, men's gymnastics, and then the indoor track for the guys. I am concerned about hearing about some of these financial challenges that we have. Can we anticipate having to deal with more teams that might be cut? And as a regent, I just be nice to be prepared for something like that, because we do have to deal with the fallout. I realize these are decisions that were made in the past, but that doesn't mean that we don't hear about it. And so if you've already addressed this when I was off the Zoom, just please indulge me. Thank you.
Chair Mayron and Regent Turner, it's nice to hear your voice. I appreciate your comments, and on the academic side, I appreciate your comments towards me, but all credit goes to our head coaches and our assistant coaches. We talk every day in our department that you need to recruit student athletes that can compete on our campus academically. And as all know, our campus has made tremendous strides academically across the board. And so when our student athletes are in the classroom, they need to be able to compete academically. And JT Brewitt and our academic advisors in the Lindahl Academic Center, Provost Croson oversees that, does a wonderful job. We have such a strong partnership. So I really do appreciate your comments about the academic success and graduation success rates of our student athletes. With respect to your second question regarding sport elimination, there's no question 4 years ago, we made an incredibly difficult decision when we eliminated 3 sports programs. And if you recall, and I know you weren't on the board at that time, when we eliminated those programs, we were dealing with some financial pressure. We were dealing with ongoing Title IX compliance to make sure that as an institution we remain in compliance. And third, I had to make a really difficult decision and recommendation to our president at the time that I felt that was best for our program as we move forward. And as we face these new challenges, ideally, when you look at our 22 sports programs, I think we need to focus on what we provide our student athletes. I think it's going to look different. I have conversations every day with my peers in the Big Ten, with my peers across the country. And I think you can see in our Olympic sports, for example, some of the experiences our student athletes have may look different. I think you're going to see a slowdown in the number of new facilities that programs are building, because again, all programs are trying to figure out how we manage the back payments for the house settlement, and then how we determine the revenue share model moving forward with student athletes. So again, we will take a close look at all of our experience of all the things we provide our student athletes. But again, we have made a commitment that we want to provide a first-class experience to our student athletes. And for example, instead of traveling nationally for non-conference games, I think you'll see our teams have much more regional-based schedules. Things like that will help save money and help us to offset some of those costs as we move forward.
Any follow-up, Regent Turner?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. And we heard you loud and clear, so the phone process works. Thank you. Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I have a clarifying question, Senior Associate Athletic Director McCleary, and then a follow-up question if I heard you correctly. When you were speaking of some of the internal and external cost pressures for fiscal year 24 as well as going forward, you had mentioned, and I thought I heard you say, coaching positions that used to be volunteer, or used to have to be volunteer, but now have to be paid. If I heard you correctly, can you explain a little bit more about that?
Sure, Chair Mayron and Regent Verhalen, thank you for the question. So yes, the NCAA rules were very clear over the years in terms of the number of coaches, paid coaches that given sports could have. And there was a change in that legislation last year that changed the number of sports, or the number of coaching positions and what those coaches could do for various sports. And so in response to that, we made an assessment on what we thought was appropriate and possible within our department. I think Mark may want to add on that as well.
Yeah. So with the, as Tim mentioned, with legislation changing and so forth, you could have additional coaches. And so we obviously, to stay competitive in the Big Ten Conference with our peers, we have to continue to invest in those programs as we move forward. And that's what we simply did on this.
I'll just say, yeah, they were volunteers for many years. I don't know how many years before that. And so then when they were putting in, many hours like the other coaches, and then we're able to bring them in at entry-level coaching positions.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you to you both.
Just a follow-up on that. So, and maybe I misunderstood. So there is not a change in NCAA regulations that says you can't have volunteer coaches anymore. Is that correct? Rather, they opened up the number of coaching positions, and you were able to take some of your volunteer coaches and begin to pay them at, I guess, entry-level positions. Is that what you're saying, or just so I understand? Either one can answer if you can.
Go ahead, Mark. Yeah.
Yeah, Chair Mayron, and you are correct. So with all the ongoing litigation across the country, the NCAA is obviously taking a look at all the rules and regulations. And an item that they looked at was the number of coaches. Programs would have volunteer coaches, but they've made some changes. So again, for us to continue to be competitive in the Big Ten, all of our peers are making those adjustments, and we made those adjustments as well.
Okay, thank you. Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron, and thank you for the presentation. I look forward to this annually. You know, we don't spend a ton of time talking about athletics here, so I think, or around the horseshoe in particular. So I think this annual presentation is really important. Would echo that there's a lot to be excited about for all the highlights that were presented in the presentation. Literally just this morning, I saw on Facebook as I was scrolling that we had another one of the top volleyball recruits in the nation commit to the Gophers, which was fun to see. And it's always fun to see that news. The first of which, we've had two recently, the first of which was from Minnesota. My colleague at work may or may not be the assistant head coach there. So I was excited about that. But you know, lots going on, lots to look forward to that's positive within this changing landscape of athletics, which a bunch of people have hit on, and I think we're all aware of. Not really a question, but just a comment, and Regent Mayron actually sort of teed it up in the comments that she made before folks started asking questions. Just really wanting to continue to be eyes wide open around the new solutions that we need in terms of balancing the budget and the financial pressures, and making sure that you know, if difficult decisions need to be made, if there's difficult recommendations coming forward, whatever those are, to make sure that the board is having conversations about those early and often before we get to a particular decision or recommendation, if there is one. And just, you know, felt compelled to comment on that because, again, this is kind of our annual report and annual time to really dig into athletics, and wanting to make sure that from a governance standpoint, but also from a university leadership standpoint, that we're making sure that we're having those conversations, because athletics is one of, I think used to be said, the front porch of the university, and gets a lot of public attention for obvious reasons. So thank you, and appreciate the hard work, and look forward to supporting unique solutions to the challenges that are inevitably coming. So thank you.
Thank you. Regent Kenyanya, our last regent to speak on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Coyle, Associate Director McCleary. Appreciate the presentation. I'll first echo but not repeat Regent Turner's comments on the academic side. I'm definitely proud of those. There's a misconception that, you know, student athletes all go to play professional sports. I mean, that's a really small percentage of them. I mean, I think the rest of their lives are more influenced by the academic experience. So really proud, and that's really important. My question is going to be, you know, back on the budget challenges, and you know, you guys spoke to those, and my colleagues have acknowledged how, you know, it's probably only going to continue to get tougher and more complicated. Director Coyle, you spoke about the tumultuous period around, you know, 2020 and around then. There was a debt, there was a loan to the athletic department, and maybe I should know this already. Just, I guess I'm inquiring the status of that, and how, you know, that's continuing to be serviced, and if that's still outstanding. I may be out of date on information here. Maybe that's no longer a thing. If you could provide any clarification on that.
Chair Mayron and Regent Kenyanya, thank you for the question. So the current balance is $15.3 million, and we've paid about $6.2 million, I believe I said, during the presentation in principal, and about $500,000 in interest to date.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate that. And I just hand in hand with that, you know, you referenced the the partnership with campus and reference, Vice President Tonneson and the partnership there and the value the athletic offers back, right? In terms of the purchases back to campus and all that. So definitely just want to highlight that. And, these conversations are going to continue to be more challenging, but, to the extent that we can look at it holistically and just a message that, that value is not seen. I mean, it is definitely understood. And I think campus is, obviously mission comes first, but is committed, right, to working with athletics and, and supporting how we can. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for an excellent presentation. Much appreciated, and for fielding the questions that we had for you as well. So that concludes this agenda item. We are going to take a very short break. If everyone could be back here at 22 at 10:40, then we will resume with the Alumni Association annual report. Thank you. I call the Board of Regents meeting back to order. Our next item is the annual report from the University of Minnesota Alumni Association, which formally consists of our Rochester campus and Twin Cities alumni, but also has a system-wide reach, as we all know. To provide an update on the UMAA's work over the past year and its impact on the university, I'd like to welcome UMAA President and CEO Lisa Lewis, Chair of the UMAA Board of Directors Tony Wagner, and UMAA past Chair Pat Duncanson. If one of you would like to proceed, we're all ears. All ears, all eyes.
Chair Mayron, members of the board, and President Cunningham, good morning. I'm here today with two outstanding alumni leaders, Tony Wagner, our current board chair, and Pat Duncanson, who chaired our board last year. And no, we did not coordinate outfits. We're just an extremely spirited group. Both are proud and accomplished alumni, and we are fortunate for their leadership. Every year is an honor to provide this update on the alumni community's impact on the University of Minnesota's mission. In the written materials for today's docket, you'll find our presentation, a fact sheet, a set of accomplishments about our year, and information on our Alumni Association Board of Directors. We also have printed copies here for anybody in the community who would like them. And speaking of our Board of Directors, Pat Duncanson is going to start us off.
Thank you, Lisa. Chair Mayron, members of the board, President Cunningham. It's great to be with you here today. It was a privilege to get to know many of you during my chairmanship, and I'd like to thank you for your support of the alumni family as we care deeply about this place we call home. If you ask any alum, why is the U of M still a place you call home, you would receive unique answers from each one. For me, the U has kept my world meaningfully bigger, and its land-grant mission has been vital to the success of our family farm in southern Minnesota. This place taught me, my family of alumni, the greatest lessons. Stay curious, be an engaged citizen, be involved, and give back. And each of you set an example of that as the elected board of volunteers who serve the people of Minnesota and govern one of the state's brightest gems. Thank you for your volunteer service. As chair of the Alumni Association's Board of Directors, I had the privilege to lead alumni to give back. It was an honor to serve on the Presidential Search Advisory Committee with 8 other system-wide alumni. President Cunningham, I know the alumni community is very eager to have you here, and we welcome you with open arms and open minds. As volunteer leaders, the UMAA board members take our governance and stewardship of this 120-year-strong alumni association very seriously. Generation after generation, graduates carry on the original mission, which was expressed as the promotion of the welfare of the University of Minnesota. While we have a long legacy to follow, 2 of UMAA's key values are to innovate and grow. And today's Alumni Association is driven to bring these values to life by empowering alumni to thrive, advocate, and celebrate as one community. Leading that effort, our current board reflects a wide range of demographics, expertise, and industry. Together, we provide collective wisdom on how the alumni family can work together to support each other, the students, and the university. And this alumni perspective extends to the university's shared governance model. 11 alumni volunteers serve on 4 different university senate committees and provide alumni feedback and insight. Another value we embrace at the UMAA is that we are data-driven. So how did the alumni community engage with the U in fiscal year 24? Looking at annual alumni engagement metrics, more than 31% of alumni system-wide engaged with the university last year. That is more than 191,000 people in just 1 year. When we look across the country at our Big Ten peers, fiscal year 23 data, the UMAA was among the top 5 in terms of percentage of alumni engaged. While it's helpful to benchmark our success, particularly for the size of the UMAA, the important part of having this data is to better understand alumni interest and expand our impact. The data empowers the UMAA to build programs, communications, and services that are more inclusive and relevant to the alumni, which means we can deepen relationships in ways that are meaningful to us. Because we have lifelong relationships that extend beyond a single UMAA board or university administration, this data preserves alumni stories and history for those who will follow us. The UMAA is proud to have led the effort to create this alumni engagement data capacity that benefits the entire system. We appreciate our partners, including the foundation, the schools and colleges, and system campuses, for working side by side with us to make this happen. Now I'd like to turn it over to Lisa Lewis, who will talk about how these numbers impact the university's mission.
Chair Mayron, members of the board, the University of Minnesota alumni community has an extraordinary ability to elevate and support the university's mission. Their interests are as big and diverse as this institution, so their engagement touches every single part of the university. To better understand why this engagement means to the University of Minnesota's mission, we organize it into 6 types of support. Alumni are influencers and ambassadors. They are role models and mentors to students. They are our advocates. They're loyal enthusiasts who show up for the U. They're volunteers who bring their talent and wisdom to the university, and they are generous philanthropic supporters as donors. So let's take a look at one of the university's priorities, strengthening the university's reputation. We know that word-of-mouth advertising is one of the most effective forms of brand building. When alumni are well-informed of current university news and inspired by the stories they read, they become our best ambassadors. They become that chorus of voices that President Cunningham talked about. These unpaid influencers wear the M around the world, talk about their university stories with their friends, neighbors, and work colleagues. They amplify the university's message in their communities and online. We see this with alumni like Laura Coates, a law school graduate and primetime TV host of CNN, who was the 2023 Homecoming Grand Marshal. Now, Laura has a major following, both in person and online. And while many alumni do not have quite that megaphone, there are thousands of alumni who are influencing their peers, family, and friends just like Laura. For example, Emily Roberts, a proud graduate of the College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences. Emily was recently featured in the UMAA's 123-year-old magazine, Minnesota Alumni, a publication dedicated to uplifting alumni and university stories and showcasing what's possible with a University of Minnesota degree. Emily is a proud alum who works as an educator and influential YouTube host of Snake Discovery. Yes, reptiles. She teaches people about reptiles and has millions of followers. At their core, alumni influencers are in the know and spreading the news, from the backyard cookout to submitting their story as part of the university's marketing campaign, Dear Minnesota. We see this with alumni like Jason Roloff on the top left, who shared his story of how the U changed his life. Thanks to medical breakthroughs at the university, Jason is thriving today and currently lives in Austin, Texas. He served on our board for the past 6 years. The second way alumni impact the university is as mentors and role models to current students. For many alumni, helping students thrive both personally and professionally is how they pay it forward to the place that they love. To make these student-to-alumni connections easy, virtual, and global, the UMAA has an online career platform for the entire U of M system. It's called the Maroon and Gold Network. And thanks to UMAA members, this platform is free and helps students build social capital and career connections as they search for internships and job opportunities. This year, the network has surpassed the milestone of 20,000 users in 70 countries, 49 states, we need to get that last state, and 75 industries, representing alumni from all 5 campuses. One of these graduates is Janita Flowers, an entrepreneur and owner of Janita's Jar, a cookie company. She is a proud graduate of the College of Continuing and Professional Studies. This year, she hired undergraduate student Jessica Thomas through the Maroon and Gold Network for a short-term internship. Janita believes it's important to help students develop practical skills. Pictured here, Jessica received a crash course in practical entrepreneurship from Janita. And as we think about alumni engagement and how we build to something like that, Janita's involvement started with participation as a business owner in the Minnesota alumni market, which then led her to involvement in the Maroon and Gold Network. We frequently see that one point of connection leads to another. When we grow in one area, it has exponential impact. Now, advocating for the university's legislative agenda is part of the DNA and history of this association. Since its founding, the UMAA has been empowering alumni statewide to champion the interests of the university. Through personalized storytelling, the UMAA's Legislative Advocacy Committee, called Minnesota 201, empowers alumni to tell legislators about how their support of the U has impacted their lives as alumni and citizens of Minnesota. Alumni share why the university matters to them and their communities. We were proud to work last year with several of you alongside these alumni. Regent Mary Davenport joined us on Pat Duckinson's farm with 40 other alumni advocates in southern Minnesota. And Regent Ruth Johnson and alumna Emily Kreckelberg teamed up at the Capitol for a conversation with their legislators. Emily's U of M story began when she joined the LeSueur County 4-H Clover Buds. Today, she is a proud College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences graduate and a decade-long extension employee and an active Minnesota 201 advocate. On why she advocates, she said, "The University of Minnesota is not just an educational institution, but a lifelong and statewide partner." Going forward, we will need more alumni voices in every corner of the state, sharing their university stories and advocating for state investment. And we're excited to continue this collaboration with Melissa Lopez Franzen and the government relations team as we prepare for next legislative session. And when you're an active part of a community, you show up. More than 40,000 loyal enthusiasts personify the pride and spirit of the university. They come back to campus for arts and athletic events. They connect locally through one of their 74 networks. They are UMAA members, season ticket holders, and they travel the world with us as lifelong learners. When we think about loyal enthusiasts, these are the people we know we can count on. We saw this with our UMAA past chairs. In April, 21 of them joined us at the 120th annual celebration, and we are grateful for many of you who joined us there as well. Another group of alumni who have a special bond to the U are multi-generational alumni families. We honor their unique connection every year at Family Weekend with a special brunch and a family pin. This year, the Nadelli family told a packed house how the U has continued to be a major intersection at every stage of their lives. Stephen Nadelli came to the U.S. from Cameroon. He attended the University of Minnesota, earning a degree in chemical engineering, chemistry, and mathematics in 1982. His wife, Elizabeth Gobina, earned her degree in dental hygiene in 1999, venturing back to school when their kids were small. Amelia Nadelli Agundape, their niece, graduated in 2011 and served on the Alumni Association's Board of Directors, playing a pivotal role in reinvigorating the Black Alumni Network and was the alumni speaker at the undergraduate campus-wide commencement in 2023. And Sam Nadelli, their son, graduated in 2012 and is a current member of the UMAA's Inclusion, Diversity, and Belonging Committee, which this year launched an effort to collect stories of notable alumni from all backgrounds and origins. The extended Nadelli family has 9 degrees from the university, each in their own way demonstrating what it means to be a loyal enthusiast. And like Amelia and Sam, many graduates' enthusiasm transforms into volunteerism. We see it right here around this table. At the UMAA, we are grateful to have hundreds of committed volunteers like Pat and Tony, who help alumni bring their talent and wisdom to the university. This past year, more than 6,000 alumni volunteers jumped in to help the university in some way. They serve on university advisory boards and committees. They help with student recruitment with the Office of Admissions. They lead our networks around the world, helping the university expand its footprint. And they bring thought leadership to important topics as speakers and role models. Most recently, in partnership with the UMAA and the Foundation, the Black Alumni Network hosted an evening of Black excellence. Humphrey School of Public Affairs Dean Nisha Bachaway along with alumni volunteers Michael Lehan and Jonathan Rabb, shared personal stories and insights to strengthen the campus community and foster a sense of unity among Black alumni. The event sold out, and it was an inspiring night of camaraderie and connection. And that evening was one of many examples of the connections between the Alumni Association and the Foundation. The UMAA celebrates all the ways alumni give back as influencers, mentors, role models, advocates, loyal enthusiasts, volunteers, and donors. In FY23, alumni were generous. More than 36,000 alumni gave over $163 million to the university, representing 40% of all donors and 47% of all giving. Now, July is the halfway point for the UMAA's 120th anniversary year. And while many things have changed in that time, there is one enduring theme. Alumni remain deeply committed to the welfare of the university. In 1908, the UMAA's first secretary, E.B. Johnson, told the Alumni Board, "The future is what we make it. Every alumnus is responsible for his or her share of the work. A few cannot do the work that belongs to all. Let's all get together and push." This Alumni Association remains a place where alumni can shape the future together, and we can all get together and push. And that collective work has led to some all-time highs. The UMAA has achieved new records in alumni travel, the Maroon and Gold Network, the Minnesota Alumni Market, Life membership, and more. And we celebrate with and congratulate those who've also achieved milestone anniversaries of their own this year. The marching band alumni turned 75. They bring the spirit of the university to so many university and community events and are always one of the highlights at the homecoming parade. And we congratulate Kappa Alpha Psi's Psi chapter, which is celebrating its 100th anniversary at the U of M. They're one of the oldest chapters in the country, and we look forward to being with them and many others with the return of the Midwest Greek Step Show during homecoming this year. These anniversary years represent both a legacy and significant growth in our alumni community. And Tony Wagner, our current and 88th board chair, will talk about that growth.
Thank you, Lisa. Chair Mayron, members of the board, and President Cunningham, it's an honor and a privilege to be here, like Pat, serving the Alumni Association as the chair. I know Pat will fulfill his duties as past chair, just as Chair Mayron and Vice Chair, Co-Vice Chair Hubrish has done in the past. To Pat's earlier question, why is the U of M still a place you call home? I have a short answer. I grew up in a small town on a farm in South Dakota, and coming to the U of M equipped me with the invaluable skills that remain relevant in my life today and in my personal and professional journey throughout that time. I wouldn't be here today without the mentorship of a number of alumni, faculty, and staff to change the 20-year-old student body president's career and life trajectory. I owe a lot to this university, and even though I'm wearing gold, I bleed maroon and gold on a regular basis. As graduates, we have a vested interest in our alma mater's future and how the university will take on the world's pressing challenges while managing limited resources. Alumni want a world-class university that continues to open doors, change lives, and is recognized globally and locally for that work. Thanks to the work of this Board of Regents, Interim President Ettinger, and now President Cunningham, the university's future is bright. We all felt it when we were together just a couple weeks ago when Dr. Cunningham came and spoke at our year-end alumni social at the Bell Museum. And we want to thank you again, Dr. Cunningham, for attending. I'm personally energized, and I know the board is, by this Board of Regents' collaborative style with stakeholders, and the UMAA looks forward to continuing to work with you. Our role as alumni and the mission of the UMAA will be vital to the university's path as we go forward. Today, that's why we remain entrepreneurial and nimble. We want to grow our resources so that we can do more for this university. Last year, the UMAA contributed $3.6 million in alumni services to this university. We're proud of our current work, and we also are ambitious. That is more than there's more potential alumni to tap. We want to increase the range of involvement and inspire more of us to pay it forward, like many of you have today. A strong alumni family that is deeply engaged means far greater opportunity for both students and this institution and the state of Minnesota. This is our 120-year-old vision to strengthen alumni engagement for the good of this university. During my time on the UMAA board, we have been exploring a number of ideas on how we can jumpstart more alumni engagement for the next 120 years. We are dedicated to the long-term financial growth of the UMAA because it allows us to deliver more services, and we look to do that through more entrepreneurial activities. One idea that we are pursuing is creating a vibrant housing community for alumni and friends here at the University of Minnesota's Twin Cities campus. We believe this would strengthen alumni involvement in the life of the university, giving them proximity to world-class healthcare, university speakers, arts and athletic events, and mentoring, while providing the UMA with financial growth. A task force of alumni industry experts have been working on this idea for the past 4 years, looking through a number of options and exploring and coordinating with university partners on a vision, feasibility, and potential locations. At the May Board of Regents meeting, Finance and Committee Operations meeting, I should say, you heard from Alice Robert Davis, Vice President of University Service, and Leslie Kruger, Assistant Vice President of Planning, Space, and Real Estate. They provided a strategic property update and mentioned this Alumni and Friends housing project as a potential item before the board in this upcoming year. We truly want to thank them for their collaborative spirit as we work together on the next steps, and we will keep you forward appraised of our progress. We will need this entrepreneurial spirit and growth mindset because the number of alumni is increasing. It's my privilege to announce here first, as we do every year, the size of our alumni family. Looking across the U of M system, there are staggering 633,000 living alumni around the world, with 62% of them here in the state of Minnesota. The UMAA is proud to collaborate with system partners to serve these alumni and to be the central office for more than 526,000 alumni from the Twin Cities and Rochester campuses. The UMAA is and will continue to be a nimble organization that is powered by this alumni family. We thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about the alumni voice today, and Pat and Lisa and I are happy to answer any questions and hear any feedback you may have for the Alumni Association.
Thank you again for a terrific presentation on what the UMA brings to the university. So thankful for your support, your involvement, and all of the activities that you engage in. I'd like to open it up to any questions or comments that my colleagues may have for the presenters. Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Maron. Thank you to the three of you. Great leadership this last year, volunteer positions for you two, and Lisa, like always, great leadership. I'm just really thankful for our alumni, and what really struck me is the 36,992 alumni that gave us $163 million in 2023. That's so important to what we're trying to do. It's impressive. And to think the fact that you're trying to do more and reach more alumni to get that number even higher going forward really excites me. So thank you for all you do and really appreciate it.
Regent Kenyanya.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and to echo the co-vice chair, the work the Alumni Association does. Couple comments and then maybe a more serious question. I texted Sam the picture of his family, and he was happy to see that there. And Michael Lehan was my assistant principal in high school. So anyway, it's just fun to see those there. So, I'm really happy that, obviously Alumni Association primarily serves Twin Cities and Rochester campuses, but to my understanding, we are finding where possible to, let the other campuses sure own the relationships, but partner where it makes sense. And I think there's a number of those, and you've talked about those in the past, so happy to know that that is continuing. Dr. Lewis, previously we did also, you didn't include in this presentation, but you talked about what more you want to do and the challenges and limitations, perhaps, really resources, right? And being able to do that and some of those other initiatives. I know we spoke about this in another forum, but I want to say it here as well. To the extent it makes sense, there's a number of initiatives or goals that the Alumni Association is pursuing in any given year that do align with the university, right? The university wants to support the Alumni Association, but we know O&M dollars are scarce and, maybe not always able to direct what we'd like. But if we can look at this project that the Alumni Association is doing, which actually is very much in line with a goal of the universities for this given year. Gee, we have been trying to do that, and Alumni Association would be the right partner for that. I think that will just give us flexibility to be able to, that maybe we can fund that through the Alumni Association. I know that's not perfect, for everything, and we went a little bit more in depth when I had the chance to visit, with your team on this. But again, we've seen it in previous presentations. I don't know the exact numbers. I know our university support to the Alumni Association is below average, or something like that. I think that's a fair characterization of it. And you have showed us that with this, we'll be able to do this more. So I think if we can just look at models like that where, okay, maybe we can't double that allocation, but we can support this initiative and so on and so forth to be able to, really magnify this important work. But so maybe not a question, but just wanted to make sure I put that out there. Thank you.
All right, Regent Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we'll bring it home.
Thank you, Chair Mayron, and thank you very much for not only this presentation, but for your service. It's really important to the University of Minnesota. So a couple comments. First of all, love the stories. That brings it all very real. So thank you for that aspect as well. But just building on Regent Hibbs' comment about the 40% that contributed $163 million, my question is how well is your relationship and your partnership going with the foundation? And are there any ways that it can be strengthened at all, or is it in a good spot right now? Because there's a lot of overlap in terms of relationships between the two. So just a query about that.
Regent Wheeler, Chair Mayron, I would say that we have complementary but distinct missions, and but it's really strong, honestly. We continue to partner at every level. Our staff, we share this building with you, but our staff is back and forth on a daily basis from a shared database where everything is flowing into a single set of knowledge about the alumni and donor relationships, to shared programming, like I gave the example today, to lots and lots of other things. There continues to be strong collaboration and growing collaboration. So I feel really, really good about it. And is there opportunity? Of course, there's always more opportunity because we're both ambitious. But even with the project we're talking about with Alumni and Friends Housing, we're coordinating very closely on the mix and what they're doing, and we stay in close communication so that one supports the other. Yeah. Versus, we don't see these as competitive at all. We actually see these as complementary and kind of all boats rise with the tide.
Great.
And Regent Wheeler, if I can add on, Lisa talked about the distinct missions, right?
Mm-hmm.
The University Foundation has a very specific mission, right? To give financial support and grow that over time for the mission of the University of Minnesota. And when you think of the Alumni Association, it's gauging alumni throughout their life cycle, right? What an alumni or even a student that's a recent alumni may need is very different than when you're doing estate planning later in life and want to make a legacy gift. Mm-hmm. And so the Alumni Association's role is to engage these alumni throughout and have them be advocates, not late in life, throughout life. And so that's where I think our roles are very complementary and a lot of coordination goes on. I'll then go back to Regent Kenyana's kind of comment. That's where there's more opportunity for us. I'm a commercial leader, right? I run sales marketing for a B2B payments business. And I can say with absolute certainty the most impactful relationships that are built are through in-person events with buyers. And I consider alumni buyers of this University of Minnesota vision. And so as you think about that in the future, and as we think of projects that can influence our state reach and our global reach, that's where the Alumni Association could use investment from this university to deliver on the goals and mission items that you want to accomplish, right? We're the partner for that. That's our role. And we're there for the life cycle of alumni. And that really feeds into the foundation long term.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. President Cunningham, you had a comment or a question?
Yeah, just a quick comment. First of all, I just really want to thank the Alumni Association for the incredible warm welcome. To commend you. The size of our alumni system worldwide network is tremendous. As I look at others around the country, that is a lot of engagement of our alumni worldwide. I'm looking forward to the rest of the events that we're going to have and to get to know the people and hear the stories as you spoke of them, which is so important. And I also am encouraged by some of the thinking that's happening. I'm going to spend a lot of time thinking about system. I'm glad to hear you also are thinking about system broadly.
Thank you.
Good.
All right. Well, thank you for your presentation yet again, and we look forward to our continued work together.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our next item is the recommendation of the Eastcliff Property Task Force, which we will now review. As you will recall, the board established the task force to review alignment between the university's ownership of Eastcliff and strategic property principles the board established to guide the acquisition and disposition of real property. Regent Davenport has been leading this task force and now brings before us a final report and recommendation for our review. Regent Davenport, if you would like to begin.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. And as you mentioned, and as some of us remember, the Eastcliff Property Task Force was formed by the board in September 2022, so about 2 years ago. And we were asked to review Eastcliff as part of the broader review of the university's strategic property planning being done in alignment with the Impact 2025 System Strategic Plan. The task force was charged with considering the retention or disposition of Eastcliff in alignment with the guiding principles for the acquisition and disposition of property as stated in the Board of Regents policy, real estate and facilities, and you'll note those items in the final report. The task force delivered an initial report in December of 2022 and now returns with our final report and recommendation today. That initial December 2022 recommendation was in two parts. First, based on analysis using the guiding principles in board policy, the task force concluded that maintaining Eastcliff as a presidential residence using university operating and capital funds was not central to fulfilling the university's mission and recommended current public resources being used to support Eastcliff be reallocated to support the implementation of system-wide strategic plan goals. But second, recognizing the significant impact Eastcliff has had across time, the task force recommended that a feasibility study by the University of Minnesota Foundation, or UMF, be completed to ascertain whether it would be possible to obtain the philanthropic support necessary to offset ongoing operating and capital expenses. Working with the university's administration to refine the operating and capital costs, which ended up being below what the task force initially reported in 2022, UMF undertook the feasibility study to see if there was philanthropic support. The result of that study indicated there is that support. And I'm confident in that study and in the conclusion that it provides. So given that, the task force now recommends the following four-part recommendation. So first, retain Eastcliff as the university's presidential residence and a significant event venue. 2, raise, in collaboration with UMF, sufficient philanthropic support over the next 5 years to create an endowed fund to provide direct ongoing operating expenses, as well as one-time funding for capital expenses included in the 10-year capital plan. And just to clarify, we are not going to the state, to the legislature, to fund any part of this fundraising endeavor. 3, redirect most of the university's financial resources currently expended on Eastcliff to high-priority, system-wide strategic goals. And 4, streamline governance oversight of the facility. The plan would be to start raising funds upon approval of the recommendation by the board. The recommendation includes a 5-year phase support approach to allow for funds to be raised. UMF would raise the needed principal amount of $4.5 million over the next 5 years to establish the new operating endowment fund. That will cover the majority of operating costs, with the university providing support equivalent to a presidential housing allowance and the portion of salaries, expenses of university employees who are essential to maintaining Eastcliff's operations, as they do with all buildings on our Twin Cities campus. The plan also includes completion of all capital projects on the current 10-year plan between the end of the State of Minnesota lease and President Cunningham's moving in. These improvements address several areas that maintain the home, increase usability and security, and address outdated facilities. The total amount for the 10-year capital plan is $6 million. Inflationary costs and a disruption caused by construction lead the task force to recommend completing all capital projects now. The university would provide that capital funding upfront and be reimbursed by philanthropic support as it is raised. This aligns with and is consistent with how other capital projects are handled at the university with timing of fundraising and pledges. If the necessary funds are not able to be raised in 5 years, the board can revisit if continuing to retain Eastcliff is in the best interest of this university at that point. But again, I am confident in the feasibility study findings. The plan will also streamline governance of Eastcliff by combining the 2 bodies that oversee it for the board into one. It also increases the board's approval threshold for capital improvements and significant expenditure from $25,000 to $100,000. Items below that threshold will continue to be approved by the new version of the Eastcliff Advisory Board. And if the recommendation is approved, completing needed capital improvements and an endowed operating fund will ensure Eastcliff continues to be a unique and valuable asset for the board and the president to recognize significant accomplishments by the university community and build key relationships on behalf of the university. It honors the Brooks family, the family donation of this unique home. And I've heard from many individuals about the special place that visits to Eastcliff hold in their memories. Many individuals, and I thank voices for their input, lessons in history, and some are quite fascinating, and many expressions of support. So as I conclude, let me thank the current members of the task force for their excellent work. They include Interim Senior Vice President of Finance and Operations, Julie Tonneson, and Assistant Vice President Janelle Baroche, Vice President of University Services, Alice Roberts-Davis, University of Minnesota Foundation President and CEO Kathy Schmilkoffer, Chief Public Relations Officer Chuck Tombarge, Associate Vice President of Facilities Management, Bill Paulson, and all of their teams, and a special thank you to Jason Langworthy for keeping us coordinated and on track. Thank you, Chair Mayron. I would be happy to answer any questions that the board might have, or if there's a pop quiz, I might have to defer.
Okay, fair enough. Any comments, questions, reactions to the recommendation of the Eastcliff Property Task Force? Regent Verhalen.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. Regent Davenport, I want to thank you for the time and effort that you put into this. You've had a number of items that we've put on your plate this year, and this being one of them. I really do appreciate that the task force took a real hard look at taking the costs of maintaining this facility out of our general operating budget to see if there was a philanthropic solution that would accommodate all of the items you just mentioned, and really do appreciate bringing this forward for our discussion today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Regent Hipsch.
Thanks, Chair Mayron. And to echo Regent Verhalen's comments, thank you. You did a great job on this. The 4 points are perfect in my estimation. And thank you for doing this.
It was a lot of work by a lot of people, so
Yeah, I just
appreciate
can't, yeah. We came to a really good conclusion, I think, so.
Other comments, reactions to the recommendation? Yes, Regent Tarabi.
Chair Mayron, thanks. And Regent Davenport, I too would just want to echo my thanks. I think that the recommendations are really solid, and knowing that when we didn't have the information, there was a lot of different things that people were thinking about, but this really strikes, I think, the balance of, keeping a property that has so much value, not just financially, but a lot of different connections to the university, and really thinking about the budget and how to make it work. I feel like that was really helpful to see the specifics and the numbers and the recommendation, and also want to thank the foundation for really doing that legwork to get a feel, because we can always say we think we can do this, but I think to know that the foundation has done the study and inquired, and we feel confident that this is possible, I think makes me feel a lot more comfortable supporting this. So thank you for all of that.
Other comments, questions? I too want to thank my colleague, Regent Davenport, in the task force for the work that they did, and really pulling together all the information that is important for us to make this very important decision. And I very much want to thank the foundation for their willingness to step in and to not only conduct the study, feasibility study, but it really speaks to our partnership with the foundation and their commitment to the university, and how they work with us to accomplish some really wonderful things. So thank you to the foundation, thank you to the task force, and to you as well, Regent Davenport. Thanks. All right. Hearing any other comments, reactions, questions on the recommendation? All right, then just to clarify, then when will this come? Does this come back to us for action then? All right, so it'll come back to us at?
Madam Chair, I believe you have a special meeting scheduled, and we were thinking that we would add it to that agenda.
Okay, so our special meeting on July 22. Okay. All right, the next item on our agenda is the resolution related to amendments to the university policies related to sex discrimination. We welcome Associate Vice President and Title IX Coordinator Tina Marisam, Senior Associate General Counsel Carrie Ryan Gallia to the presenters table for review of the resolution related to the amendments to university policies related to sex discrimination As I understand it, these recommendations and changes are driven by new federal regulations. I will note that this item is up for review today, and at the special meeting on Monday, July 22, the board will act on the proposed amendments before the new regulations go into effect on August 1. So if our presenters would like to proceed, please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Mayeron, members of the board, President Cunningham. During our presentation, our plan is to discuss the new Title IX regulations, share key proposed changes to the board and administrative policies on sexual harassment, sexual assault, stalking, and relationship violence, and also to share some proposed changes to other policies that are also needed to comply with the new regulations. So as you may know, Title IX is a federal law that prohibits sex discrimination in education. And among other things, the Title IX regulations set very prescriptive rules for how educational institutions need to respond when we learn that sex discrimination may have occurred. Just as some context for the policy changes we'll be talking about today, the U.S. Department of Education, which is the federal agency that enforces Title IX, has been very active in the Title IX regulatory space in recent years. You may remember that in 2020, the Trump administration implemented extensive new Title IX regulations, which were the first to specifically address sexual assault, stalking, and relationship violence. Those regulations were quite controversial. And soon after President Biden took office, his administration decided to revise the regulations. In 2022, the Biden administration released proposed new Title IX regulations. And as with the Trump-era regulations, these also have been quite controversial. They received over 240,000 public comments during the administrative public notice and comment period. And then finally, just this past April 19th, the Biden administration released its final new Title IX regulations, which must be implemented by August 1st. So we're on quite a tight timeline to revise our policies to comply with the new regulatory requirements. So turning now to the key proposed changes to our board and administrative policies, and starting with the expanded scope of the new regulations. So the 2020 regulations, the ones that are currently in place, set really detailed requirements for how educational institutions must respond to sexual misconduct. So sexual misconduct including sexual assault, sexual harassment, stalking, and relationship violence. In contrast, the new 2024 regulations that take effect on August 1 expand the application of these detailed requirements to all forms of sex discrimination, which includes sex-based harassment, which under the new regulations includes sexual misconduct, differential treatment sex discrimination, as well as retaliation related to sex discrimination. So with this expanded scope of the regulations, we have our first decision point, and also our first proposed plan to share with you. So now that the regulations treat all sex discrimination similarly, our proposed plan is to create a policy that addresses all forms of sex discrimination. We can do this by expanding the scope of our current board and administrative policies on sexual assault, sexual harassment, stalking, and relationship violence to encompass all forms of sex discrimination. We propose renaming these revised policies as sexual harassment, sexual assault, and other forms of sex discrimination. This new title will make clear that our policies cover all forms of sex discrimination, and the new title will also highlight sexual harassment and sexual assault, as these are the most common types of sex discrimination complaints that we receive. Here's just a bit more detail about what would change in university policies to create this new policy covering all forms of sex discrimination. Currently, we have an administrative policy on discrimination that includes processes for responding to discrimination based on race, religion, disability, and other protected characteristics. And this discrimination policy currently covers one form of sex discrimination, and that is differential treatment sex discrimination and related retaliation. And just as context, differential treatment sex discrimination is conduct that, one, treats individuals differently based on sex, and two, causes them harm. So this could be failing to promote or hire someone because of their sex. It could also be giving a student a worse grade or fewer opportunities based on sex. So to create our new policy covering all forms of discrimination, we would move coverage of differential treatment, sex discrimination, and related retaliation from that administrative policy on discrimination into our new sex discrimination policy. And the arrow on the slide shows this change. So this chart just shows one additional way of understanding our new sex discrimination policy. It compares the types of misconduct covered by our current sexual misconduct policy on the left with our proposed new policy on sex discrimination on the right. So as you can see, the new policy continues to cover sexual assault, stalking, relationship violence, sexual harassment, and sex-based harassment. And then as shown in the bottom two rows, the policy would newly cover this differential treatment, sex discrimination, and related retaliation. So turning now to some definitional changes required by the regulations. First, to comply with the new regulations, we will eliminate the definitions of Title IX designated sexual harassment, sexual assault, stalking, and relationship violence from both the board and administrative policies. So the background on this distinction between Title IX designated sexual misconduct on the one hand and non-Title IX designated sexual misconduct on the other is a little complicated. The reason for this distinction in our current policy is that the current Title IX regulations set very narrow definitions for sexual misconduct. And when these regulations were implemented in 2020, our university decided that we actually want to prohibit and address a broader scope of sexual misconduct that was covered in the Title IX regulations. So for example, we wanted to prohibit sexual misconduct by one student toward another student that happened off campus, which is generally outside the scope of the Title IX regulatory definitions. So in order to do this under the current regulations, it's a bit convoluted. We were required to have two definitions for each type of sexual misconduct, one designated Title IX and one designated non-Title IX. In contrast, thankfully, the new Title IX regulations have a much broader definitions of sexual misconduct, and they don't require this kind of current complicated two-definition scheme. So you'll see in the redlined board policy that we have deleted all of the definitions of Title IX sexual misconduct, and we now just have one definition for each form of sexual misconduct, which will certainly be much easier, I think, for our community to understand. Moving on to bullets 2 and 3, the regulations do require some changes to the definitions of sex-based discriminatory harassment and differential treatment sex discrimination, which I'll cover briefly on the next slides. They require minor wording changes to the definition of retaliation, and we're not proposing any changes to the definitions of sexual assault, stalking, or relationship violence, as the regulatory definitions remain the same. So changes to our definition of sex-based harassment. First, as required by the regulations, sex-based harassment will include sexual harassment as well as harassment based on sex stereotypes, sex characteristics, pregnancy or related conditions, sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression. Kind of a mouthful. Second, we will need to make some other changes to comply with the new sex-based harassment regulatory definition, and you can see those changes in the redlined board policy. Despite these wording changes, we anticipate that the new definition will generally provide similar protection from sex-based harassment as our current definition. Turning to the changes we need to make to our definition of differential treatment sex discrimination. First, as required by the new regulations, our definition will cover differential treatment based on those categories listed in the first bullet. And then second, as required by the new regulations, the definition will prohibit differential treatment based on sex that causes harm to an individual that is genuine and objectively non-trivial. In contrast, our current definition more narrowly prohibits differential treatment only when it adversely impacts a term or condition of an individual's employment, education, or participation in one of our programs or activities. So next we'll turn to changes to the university's grievance process for adjudicating sex discrimination complaints. So the grievance process is the process by which the university ultimately decides whether sex discrimination occurred in any given matter, and it's also the process that can result in disciplinary sanctions. So the 2024 regulations provide some new flexibility to institutions in how we design our grievance processes. The key change here is that the 2020 regulations require that institutions provide a live hearing as part of our grievance process in all sex discrimination, sexual misconduct cases. So currently we have a very robust live hearing process. The change is that the new regulations newly permit institutions to instead charge an investigator with both investigating the case and making a final determination on whether sex discrimination occurred in certain circumstances and when certain procedural requirements are met. So for example, if we decided to select that office, an investigator from my office, Equal Opportunity and Title IX, would both investigate and then make a decision on responsibility in certain cases. So our proposed plan is actually to retain the grievance process that we currently apply to sexual misconduct complaints, with some minor changes required by the regulations. So this process that we propose includes, as we have now, an investigation, an option for informal resolution, a live hearing, a sanctioning decision if appropriate, and an opportunity for appeal. We've worked very hard in 2020 with faculty and other governance leaders and this board to design this grievance process. We feel like we have a fair process, and also we've gotten feedback that it's working rather well. So that is why we propose retaining it. Under our expanded sex discrimination policy, we would newly apply this grievance process to differential treatment sex discrimination and related retaliation matters. So this is our final slide on the changes to the board and administrative policies. And it's just a very brief summary of other key proposed changes to the administrative policy. There were many changes required by the new regulations, but these I think are the key ones. For the first bullet, we plan to expand our employee reporting requirement so that employees are required to report all forms of sex discrimination to their campus Title IX office, with some exceptions for employees who are designated as confidential. Currently, employees are only required to report sexual misconduct. So this expansion to reporting all forms of sex discrimination will bring us into compliance with the new regulatory requirements. Moving on to the second bullet. As required by the regulations, going forward after August 1st, when a student tells an employee that they are pregnant or have related conditions, our policy will require the employee to inform the student about resources available from the Title IX coordinator. Moving to the third bullet, the policy adds provisions aimed at protecting the privacy of parties in a sex discrimination matter without restricting their ability to consult with necessary individuals or to obtain and present evidence. So those are the key proposed changes to these policies on sex discrimination and sexual misconduct, and we'll now turn to proposed changes to some other university policies.
Thank you, Associate Vice President Marasam, Chair Mayron, members of the board, and President Cunningham. At this point in our presentation, I will walk you through our proposed changes to several other university policies that have been precipitated by the promulgation of these new Title IX regulations. As Tina has just shared, the new Title IX regulations establish detailed response processes for when the university learns of sex discrimination. The response processes described in several of our policies do not comply with the new regulations. First, the Board of Regents policy faculty tenure provides processes for decisions and appeals regarding disciplinary action for tenure stream faculty members. Next, the Board of Regents policy student conduct code provides processes for adjudicating complaints, making disciplinary decisions, and providing appeals related to student misconduct. Third, the university's civil service employment rules describe how decisions and appeals are made for civil service employees, and the administrative policy conflict resolution for faculty, P&A, civil service, and student workers specifies processes for non-labor represented employees to challenge discipline. And I will note as well that our collective bargaining agreements contain grievance processes for union members to challenge discipline. The new 2024 regulations do not allow us to use these current processes to respond to sex discrimination complaints. Let me explain why. As we've described, the new regulations set prescriptive rules that describe how the university must respond upon learning of sex discrimination. But these rules function as a floor. The regulations also permit the university to add additional steps to the grievance process required by the regulations. There's a caveat, however. Any such additional processes must apply equally to the parties, meaning that the complainant, the party alleging that they have experienced sex discrimination, and the respondent, the party accused of sex discrimination, must have equal access to all parts of any response process. Each of the response processes described in these 4 policies goes beyond the grievance process required by the new Title IX regulations. And in the case of these 4 policies, the current response processes only permit the respondent to appeal disciplinary action, and they do not provide the complainant with an equal ability to appeal or participate in those proceedings. Put another way, they're not compliant with the new regulations. To remedy these compliance issues, we propose that we carve out from the response processes in each of these policies all complaints of sex discrimination, while leaving the response processes untouched for all other covered conduct. We will do this by expressly stating in each affected policy that all complaints of sex discrimination will be addressed in accordance with the revised policies on sexual harassment, sexual assault, and other forms of sex discrimination. Our consultation of these proposed changes has been met with approval at each stage, with the Faculty Consultative Committee voting to approve the proposed change to the board policy on faculty tenure, and the members of the Student Senate Consultative Committee with whom we were able to meet, voting to approve the proposed changes to the Student Conduct Code, as did the Civil Service Consultative Committee for their proposed rules change. We shared these changes as well in broader system-wide consultation. We expect that these changes were so warmly met because they are not wholly new to our university community. In 2020, the then new regulations similarly required us to carve out sexual misconduct from these policies. And today we propose to rely on the same model we used in 2020, simply expanding the existing carve-outs to cover the regulation's new, broader definition of sex discrimination. Finally, we wanted to share with you today changes to the university's administrative policy on discrimination. The major change should by now be familiar to you. Because of the new Title IX regulations apply to all forms of sex discrimination, we have proposed removing differential treatment, sex discrimination, and retaliation related to sex discrimination from the discrimination policy. That conduct will now be addressed by the policy on sexual harassment, sexual assault, and other forms of sex discrimination. We have also proposed several minor changes to the discrimination policy to bring it into line with the new sex discrimination policy where it makes sense to do so. Some examples include aligning the privacy provisions in both policies to bring the discrimination policy in line with the more robust privacy protections in the sex discrimination policy, and ensuring that wherever possible, the definitions of prohibited conduct in the 2 policies are aligned. Following the promulgation of these regulations in April of this year, we have seen several states take almost immediate action, and we want to make sure that you're informed of what's going on in the litigation sphere surrounding these regulations. Several states issued gubernatorial or attorney general directives stating that they would not implement the regulations, and several states also filed litigation in federal court to enjoin the enforcement of the regulations. The articulated bases for these actions have been narrow, asserting that they obligate institutions to allow, for example, transgender athletes to participate in sports, although the Biden administration has promised a separate rule on that specific issue later this year. And some have been quite broad, asserting that the Department of Education exceeded its authority altogether in promulgating these regulations. 3 of these cases have resulted in preliminary injunctions that affect 14 states and bar those states from implementing the regulations at this time. We are continuing to watch several more lawsuits that are pending, including litigation filed by Nebraska, South Dakota, North Dakota, Iowa, Missouri, and Arkansas, which for federal court followers you'll recognize as the 6 non-Minnesota states in the 8th Circuit. These cases could result in additional injunctions, from narrow injunctions limited to certain parts of the regulations or individual states, to broad injunctions that bar total implementation and could potentially affect all states in the nation. Given that Minnesota is not subject to any of these injunctions or current litigation, the temporary nature of these injunctions, these are all preliminary injunctions at this stage, and they could be swiftly lifted on appeal, and the Department of Education is appealing all of these injunctions. And the shifting landscape. We view this compliance work that we are doing today as extremely valuable, bringing us into line with these new regulations that offer strong protection against sex discrimination in all university programs and activities. I think this is a helpful visual to sort of help us see what the litigation landscape looks like. This map was up to date as of June 21st when our docket materials were due. It does not include the 4 most recent states that were enjoined last week. So in addition to the states you see here, white and gray states have no litigation going on. Red states are subject to an injunction and cannot implement the regulations at this time. And blue states have pending litigation. Not reflected here is the fact that now Alaska, Kansas, Utah, and Wyoming are 4 additional states that are enjoined from implementing the regulations. The Department of Education has stated that as of August 1st, it will enforce the new regulations anywhere it can enforce the new regulations, and that in states that are enjoined, it will continue to enforce the 2020 regulations. Therefore, in the event that Minnesota becomes subject to an injunction, we will promptly brief the board, and our plan would be to continue with our existing policies in place, because those policies implement the 2020 regulations and are compliant with the current regulatory landscape. So finally, here's our very swift, as Tina alluded to, timeline. We're here today to present these policies to the board for review. We plan to use the next 10 days to respond to feedback, engage in any further needed consultation, and then bring the policies back to you on July 22nd for approval, which will give us a little less than a week to make sure that everything is in place for our August 1st implementation deadline. And Tina and I are both happy to take any questions and feedback from the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a heavy lift that you have engaged in since these regulations came out in April, with implementation date less than, basically about 4 months later. So, wow. Let me just suggest a framework here. Clearly, and this is subject to people agreeing with it. I, for one, for example, had some, I would call scrivening things that I wanted to address, but I really don't think this is would be a good use of my time to do that. So I would suggest, if others of you have questions that you think, you know, something got missed or used the wrong title, or it should be moved, a definition should be moved up above, anything like that, that doesn't change the substance, but rather maybe is a grammatical or technical change, that you direct those, as would I, to our presenters to address. And so that would be my suggestion, but obviously if any of the questions or changes that you have go particularly to the substance, I would encourage us to give feedback now. So your discretion on it, but just an idea. Along those lines, I do have a couple of questions just for understanding's sake. So at a paragraph 160, I'm sorry, in the docket materials, it was our page 163. Let me get to my question here. There is, this is under the definitional section, and it has to do with subdivision 7 student, and the red line information talks about that a student shall mean a person who has gained admission in the university. What does that mean? Does that mean they've been admitted, but and they have accepted admission, but they've yet to start? I don't know what that means. So if you could tell me.
It means that they have been, thank you, Chair Mayron. It means that they have been admitted. They don't need to have accepted that admittance. So they've been offered admission, and at that point, for the purposes of Title IX, they are considered a student. So if we learn of sex discrimination related to an admitted student, then that complaint would be directed through the grievance process described in the new policy.
And do the regulations require that then? Okay.
We looked it up, right? It's a broad definition of student that's sort of broader. But there's really robust discussion in the preamble to the regulations that it's important for the university to be on notice of anybody they're inviting into their community and any misconduct they may have engaged in. So it expressly does have that broad definition.
Okay. Thank you. And then in several places throughout the materials, there is language that says insert chart, that's highlighted. So I'm assuming at some point a chart's getting inserted. Most of them appear to identify individuals or departments or where you could contact somebody, giving the option to any party that's governed by this to contact. But there are some other places where, as I read the language, it says insert chart, but it doesn't seem to be talking about resources that could be contacted. And so I don't know whether to call that a technical issue or or something else I can give you by way of example, but I was trying to get a sense of what the charts are going to be looking like.
Thank you, Chair Mayeron. Yes, as far as I can, places where we need to insert charts, they are charts of resources, system-wide resources that will not change.
Okay.
I will look through and see if there's any that deviate from that, but I believe they're all charts of resources, contact information and contact people on each campus.
Okay, and the ones I picked up there were a couple places that refer to the U report, doesn't seem to be talking about resources there, and another one having to do with the law enforcement references a chart, but doesn't seem to be talking about resources in the event you're going to, the relationship with law enforcement. So I can just take that up separately then to understand those.
Yeah, thank you, Regent Mayeron. I think the U report chart is just where you can get to U report, and the law enforcement chart is a list of the contact information for law enforcement on each of the campuses.
Okay. All right. I'll anyway flag it for you. All right. End of my questions, comments by others. Regent Gully.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for being here. I've been talking to the graduate students who are currently negotiating, and I appreciate you addressing the questions about the grievance procedure versus the Title IX office. And I have spent a fair bit of time working with the Title IX office with different questions and things, and I know that they are incredible advocates for our students. And so I can appreciate that that is very much in their realm and they're very good at their jobs. But I did want to ask, since I know that this is an important issue to the graduate students, is there a compromise position possible? For example, and I'm just like spitballing, but like, could these processes, because these things can become so drawn out, is there a way for them to happen concurrently, or is there a way for the union representative to be part of the Title IX process so that they can in some ways find a compromise? And I have a second question, but I'll wait for an answer to this one first, if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mayeron, Regent Gully. So in terms of absolutely union advisors can be present with their represented individual at every single meeting and the hearing in the process. They also get access to all of the evidence that we've gathered. So absolutely yes. In terms of this one piece of the regulations where we can't have additional processes that don't treat the parties equally, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be a union grievance process. It would just have to be configured to comply with that part of the regulations that allows both parties to have equal access to the proceedings. So from my perspective, I'm not a negotiator on behalf of the university, but from my perspective, from the Title IX rules, if there were a union grievance process that complied with the Title IX rules, that would not be prohibited, and that there's area to work there. There's some real challenges to do that, but I'll turn to Carrie, who may have more information.
No, I mean, I agree with everything Tina said, that we actually have had union representatives participate in our existing process. So I think it's very amenable to that kind of participation. And it is a very challenging space.
Yeah, of course, of course. My second question is this, and I'm not sure that this is the right conversation for it, but I just want to express that the other thing that I've been hearing with regard to the UE members and the contract negotiations about harassment is that they're interested in seeing contract language that goes beyond sexual harassment. And I want to highlight that we're hearing stories from people who have had experiences with faculty and staff who have behaved very inappropriately, but not in a sexual way. But because we understand the power dynamics and the importance that that those relationships have for students' ultimate success or failure in these programs, I feel like I just want to highlight that I hope that we can find ways to include, to have more broad language in the contracts when we eventually get there. And again, not sure this is the right place to say that, but I just wanted to express that that's one of the things that I'm hearing is that, of course, they want to go beyond just sexual harassment.
Thank you very much, Chair Mayor and Regent Gully. So absolutely, already in our policies, we have protection from harassment based on all of the protected characteristics that are named in our board policy on diversity, equity, inclusion, and equal opportunity, including age, race, disability, religion, national origin, and others. And those I think would all be covered under at least the provisions that I have seen in, the draft provisions that have been going forward. I have heard as well that from this group and also from others that there is interest in expanding the number of protected characteristics to size, to political beliefs. And I think, we follow the Board of Regents policy, which generally follows the characteristics that are covered under state and federal law. So, certainly I'm amenable to talking to the board if there's interest in the board at looking at those protected characteristics.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Regent Kenyanya, any questions?
My question was answered. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Okay. Thank you very much. OBR has suggested that if regents have edits like, my little technical ones here, that we send them to the office, the board office. They will consolidate them and forward them on to the two of you. And obviously, time is of the essence, so I need to do that, forthwith.
We appreciate that, and we look forward to them. I personally love Scrivener's corrections, so I'm eagerly awaiting them.
You and I have something in common.
That's your profession.
Right place. So.
All right. Well, thank you very much to the presenters.
Thank you.
All right. Our next item on the agenda relates to a resolution related to institutional neutrality for the Consolidated Endowment Fund investing. And let me give a little bit of context before we begin our discussion. As you all know, over the last several months, we have heard calls for divestment throughout our Twin Cities campus. And in response to that, we've been trying to do two things. First is to listen deeply to our university community. And second, to better understand how our endowment actually functions and the role it plays in supporting our mission. In doing so, we have learned that our university community is divided on the topic of divestment, and that even if it were not, the feasibility of doing divestments in this current financial environment is complicated and I would say nearly impossible. Anything can be done, but it is very complicated. It is a very complicated process. Unlike decades ago, when individual stocks made up much a larger proportion of the endowment, today's endowment is largely invested in private equity and mutual funds. And we learned that selling just one type of company could result in selling vast swaths of our existing portfolio, which would then have an potential impact on the portfolio and its return. We've also learned that in this environment, divestment in this kinds of investments is largely symbolic, meaning that it has no meaningful impact on the companies, the federal policy, international affairs that for which the divestment is being requested. So given all this and the interests expressed by several of you in institutional neutrality for our endowment, I'm presenting to you for your consideration the resolution set out in the docket materials. In short, should the board agree, the university's position would be that we do not make investment decisions based on social or political or international affair matters or national affair matters beyond the university's control. The resolution for you today, and this is very important, is for review and it is for discussion. In part, the resolution is, I think we all agreed we need a discussion on this topic on what are our next steps with respect to requests for a divestment. And this is a mechanism to engender that discussion for people to react to and provide their input. If we, the resolution would therefore adopt a position of institutional neutrality related to our endowment investments and would direct the president to develop a plan to implement institutional neutrality related to the endowment. Further, it directs the president to consider and recommend, if necessary, whether changes to current board policy are necessary to comport with this decision. We're all aware of our ESG policy, and marrying those two and how they interact will be very important to us as well. And finally, before we proceed with the discussion, I want to confirm that this resolution is addressing the endowment only. It does not affect the work currently underway by the Presidential Task Force on Institutional Speech, which is developing and recommending policies on institutional speech on matters of public concern. And with that, I open this and welcome discussion on the resolution that is before you. We'll start with Regent Tad Johnson, followed by Regent Gully. I think you had your hand up, Regent Gully.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, with the resolution declaring neutrality, does that require a rewriting of the current investment management guidelines and I guess the deletion of subdivision 5 on environmental, social, and governance projects, or would that stay there, or how would that work?
What's contemplated is if the resolution was adopted, that the president, the administration would have to address how a position on institutional neutrality will relate to the what I'm calling the that section, the ESG policy. And if changes need to be made to that policy in order to marry those two together, would come forth with the analysis and the recommendation as to the ESG policy. So it's where we understand, I understand that a policy of institutional neutrality may be touching on our current ESG policy, and part of the direction to the administration is to sort that out and make a recommendation about whether changes need to be made to the ESG policy or not, or how they relate. So I think the answer is we'd have to wait and see what came out of the work of the administration to us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Regent Cully.
Thank you, Chair. So this, I found this proposal actually really upsetting, and I have a whole statement, but I'm not sure. The question that I have, I guess, is, I don't see how we have a position of neutrality and how we maintain our ESG goals. And I want to actually say, so in 2007, I was a human rights student here at the University of Minnesota, and I was working on South Sudan, and I also participated in the work to get the University of Minnesota Board of Regents, so this board, long before I sat on it, to divest from genocide in Darfur, divest from companies that were profiting from genocide in Darfur, which is a resolution that still stands to this day. it was one of the things I was most proud of as a student, and one of the ways that I felt like my voice was able to be heard as a student. More recently, just in 2021, this board again voted on divesting from fossil fuel companies. And while you suggest that it's purely symbolic, a lot of the time these kinds of divestments have a domino effect. So for example, with the Darfur resolution, when we adopted it, the state of Minnesota Board of Investment went ahead and did their own divestment resolution as well. So the state of Minnesota divested from it, and a lot of other universities did as well. So while one individual university may be symbolic, it can have a domino effect that actually can make a big difference, which we saw in South Africa because, during apartheid, right? Like a lot of universities and investment funds divested from apartheid, and it was one of the reasons that it ended. So in 2021, the University of Minnesota students called on the Board of Regents to divest from fossil fuels. And we agreed that we would do that over 5 to 7 years. So that's a process that's still very much happening. And if we adopt a policy of neutrality, I think not only are we potentially pulling the rug out from current students, but from past students and from future students. I think what we're trying to do is we're threading the needle on a very complicated issue right now, where we have community members and donors and legislators who have very, very strong feelings about it. And I think it would be great and convenient to say, we're just out of this conversation. But what we're doing right now by taking up this resolution is saying, not just today, but in the past and in the future, forever and ever and ever, we're never going to listen to our students again when they call on us to take a moral position. So if there's a genocide, if there's a climate crisis, if there is any of these things, like we're not taking a position, and we've decided that money is the only thing that matters to us. And I am deeply disturbed by the idea that that's the message that we want to send to our students a month after we told them that we would really consider divestment. I think the university is bigger and better than that. I think we're dedicated to public service. We're a community of students and educators and dreamers and people from all over the world who come here to make a difference. You can't be neutral on a moving train. Taking a position of neutrality on our endowment is taking a position that we only care about money and that's it. And our community is telling us every day that they want us to be better than that. This policy, as it's currently written, is misguided, and so I would ask everyone for a no vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Do we have other speakers? Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. And it's good that this is up for review because I think there's a lot of factors here, right? I'm intrigued by the question Regent Tad Johnson asked, and the points that you pondered, Chair Mayron, around kind of how does this comport or overlap with our ESG. This is a straightforward resolution, but not a straightforward topic. And I was struck by something actually that I read and starred in my email before this resolution was on the table. It was an Inside Higher Ed article, and it was titled, how can trustees help? And it was about a variety of things, but one of the topics was about divestment standards. And I was particularly intrigued by the end, which I'll just quote from, but happy to share the article with anyone that's interested. This is the section where it's talking about divestment standards. And then it says, but whereas in most cases, a genuine disagreement exists among community members about the wisdom or justice of a divestment decision, that university must put its fiduciary responsibility to maximize investment returns above the desires of a subset of stakeholders for a more activist position. This is not, as some activists may insist, a case of ethical blindness. It is a recognition that for a university, the board's moral obligation is to invest in the endowment so as to generate the maximum financial support for students, teachers, and research. absent consensus, that moral commitment to education outweighs other concerns. And so that was something that I found particularly interesting. I'll say I was one of the board members in conversation about in conversation about how we should proceed forward, that was interested in us discussing a resolution around neutrality. This resolution is about more than the most recent isolated divestment request that we have. The most recent one is not one that I'm supportive of, but trying to think of this more broadly and thinking about what the best governance position is when dealing with these issues moving forward. As Regent Gully mentioned, there's been past issues, there's current issues on the table, and there will be undoubtedly questions called in the future around divestment. So that's how I'm approaching this. Of course, really interested in listening to other colleagues' thoughts and considerations. And I don't know if this is going to be a special meeting action or a September action, but regardless, I'm not always eyes wide open when we have a review in action. So interested in what people think about this. But ever since reading this Inside Higher Ed article, dealing with kind of the current question on the table and the realities around that and what I think is best for the university moving forward, I came down and being interested in discussing a resolution like this in order to be able to move forward with our endowment in the way that makes sense for our fiduciary responsibility, which is one of the most cornerstone things we do as a board. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions, reactions? I think it's really important to get these out on the table so that we as a board know what direction we want to take and ultimately what we're going to ask the administration to do. Regent Tarabi, yes.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. I too am, I think, just having difficulty trying to think about this policy of neutrality. I get the fiduciary responsibility, and it's something that we think about all the time on this board because that is our duty and it is really important. But I also think that our people matter a lot. And so, one, I feel like I don't have sufficient information to understand how we have engaged in. Obviously, we can say it is about sort of maybe zooming out and looking at a policy that would help kind of guide future discussions, and maybe there's a different way to engage with our student population or whichever population and stakeholder has a point of view for the board in this university to hear as it relates to our finances. There's ways to think about that, but I also think that it's not just a point of morality. I think that if we take this position without, I think, clear sort of frameworks and things like that for engagement, it just feels like we have not truly engaged in good faith, right? So to me, that feels troubling, and I don't think that that's what we want to kind of put out there for our stakeholders, is that anytime things get difficult, we're going to zoom out and pick kind of the least difficult path. And so I know there's people who feel strongly and who fall on both sides of this. I too feel very strongly about certain things, but both like needing to understand how those engagements have gone, and also is there a way that we are committed to engaging that feels different before we put a policy that then I think sets the tone for how we may consider other things. I think there's a lot of difficult things happening in the world, and I don't expect that things will get easier. In fact, I think that people it's a good thing that people feel like their voices are important and they can be heard, but absent understanding or having a discussion about other ways to really listen and engage, I don't feel like just a policy of neutrality is the right approach.
Do you have other thoughts on how you would accomplish the kind of engagement that you would like to engage and to hear those other voices?
Well, I thought last meeting's presentation by the investment person was really helpful. One, it helped me to understand how we have considered previous decisions and also where these types of things might be considered in terms of the actions that we've taken before and the role of the investment committee and where else do things go, right, for that kind of consideration. So I feel like it would be important to have an overarching kind of framework for understanding how that might be. I understand that the board sets the policy and then it is operationalized, and I think that was helpful, but I still feel like there are things that perhaps we can direct and hear from instead of taking a position of neutrality.
Okay. Thank you. Regent Wheeler.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Chair Mayron. I really appreciate this dialogue. I think it actually mirrors what we want for the institution, which is really when there are different perspectives that they're heard and understood, especially when on divisive issues for which there's no consensus. We want to hear the voices as long as it's obviously respectfully done and people feel safe and it avoids those things. So I think this is exactly mirroring that discussion. And academic freedom is something we hold as a core value and tenet. And so those voices have to be heard as long as respectfully done. I think that I have two questions about this. One is how does it, and I'm actually don't think it limits that. I think it might encourage it to an extent, that neutrality piece. I too need to know how it intersects with the ESG policy, and is there any way that can be strengthened so we make sure that there is some kind of guidance, strong guidance about that piece. And the other piece I wonder about is if it could be broader than the endowment. I mean, we're going to be asked to make political statements by different groups on many things. So I know that a lot of other organizations and universities have gone to a broader institutional neutrality piece. And is that something we consider too, or are we too narrowly defining it? It's just a question I have. I don't have an answer to that, but it's a question I would hold. Thank you.
Let me just answer the second question as best I can. Certainly there was consideration about whether to make this resolution about institutional neutrality broader than the endowment, but we have a process in place right now that I think the feeling is we want to respect. The President's office and through our provost has created this task force to look at the issue of institutional neutrality, at least as it relates to department statements. And I think my feeling, others' feeling, is we don't want to get ahead of that, and that's the work we've asked them to do. We need to see where they land, the rationale for what they land, and then I think that will inform us on what direction we want to go on more broadly, but more broadly into when we get into institutional or into the investments.
That makes sense. Thank you, Chair Mayron.
Okay. Other comments? Okay, Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thanks everyone for the discussion. When you first put this in front of me, Madam Chair, I think I was like, it's premature. But one thing I will say to Regent Wheeler's comments, I mean, we had to have the discussion, and this was a vehicle, an avenue. It's for review, whether it even looks like this or doesn't. Okay, this is a way to have the discussion after Andrew Park's presentation. So appreciate that. I think in my experience, probably the most challenging things on this board, or some of the most, are where kind of your personal views and your governance views kind of clash. And you kind of have to wrestle with the dissonance between those. Everyone has strong views one way or the other, but I continue to just try to understand what is in the best interest for the university, and that can be defined in many different ways. I think, as others have mentioned, there is a bit of a challenge to kind of consider and view a generic, non-specific neutrality policy or any other kind of policy when we do know that the genesis of it was a specific request that is still outstanding, or not, not closed out in one way. I know we've drawn a lot of parallels to the namings journey that the university went through, but in that, the board did answer that specific namings question and then went to discuss a policy that you could then kind of remove from those specific names that were in front of it. So I think that is a challenge here. Maybe just in our own thinking, but also for the community in interpreting, is this a neutrality policy or is this the response to the most recent request? So that's one item. What I'm hearing and what I would echo from my colleagues is just a desire for more information. I guess I don't say that just for the sake of it, because just not to just buy time. We have to face this one way or the other in some way, but I do think there's valid questions in terms of what are others doing, so on and so forth. Another question I think about, again, and this is me caught in between general neutrality and the specific divestment in front of us. President Emeritus Ettinger, had started conversations with several stakeholder groups, which you're continuing. Among my understanding is among those discussions, divestment was one item, right? And there were other things the university at least committed to exploring. I mean, I think that's a fair statement of it, to exploring and discussing. I don't know, where those lie, and I'd love for whatever we adopt to have that all baked in, that, on, I don't know how many items there were, okay, on the 10, 12, whatever things we discussed, this is how we're moving in this direction on these, but, universities also is able to do this, is committed to do this, whatever that whole framework is. So I think that would make sense to be included here. And then just, I guess, to finish, everything everyone has said resonates. Again, like I said, find yourself in the middle, conflicted. One thing I will say, Regent Gully, and we had a phone call last night, so I really appreciated your insight and everything you offered to me, and as well here. Speaking for myself, and I would imagine maybe for others, I think if one is considering neutrality, what you're wrestling with is not if money is the most important thing, it's mission, which is enabled by those funds, right? I mean, no one here benefits from the endowment directly. If so, I'm getting a bad deal. But and again, and we still have to decide. Okay, is mission more important than the social political things we're discussing, things around the world? I mean, we still have to address that calculus. But I wouldn't characterize it as money, because the money is the means. It's not the ends. The ends is the welfare of the institution. Look, how will this stakeholder versus that stakeholder react, and where do the same students that we're discussing this, where do they end up if that money is to change, right? I mean, because again, it won't affect me personally, and I imagine it won't affect my colleagues. That's not to negate anything else you said. Just maybe a shift in that characterization. I still have to decide if mission is more important than that stuff. So we're still back where we started, but maybe we'd just offer that. With that being said, I can started to learn you. I know your next question. So what, Mike? With all that being said, I mean, so I don't think this resolution in its form would be ready for action at our special meeting. I do think if it were to be considered, we would need maybe more of a framework to the administration. I think the board's never engaged in policy making, but I do think we're a little more prescriptive in the past in terms of, these are the 4 or 5 principles. Again, naming is just a really good parallel to kind of think back to, and then allow the administration to do the hard work, certainly not easy work, and the research and the consultation and whatnot. So those are my thoughts, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Other comments by those around the table and on Zoom? I don't know if hands are up because I can't see anything, so but I want to make sure others have weighed in and provided their insights or comments. Yes.
Say one thing if the.
Yeah, and then I just have a couple comments to make as well. Go ahead.
So thank you, Chair Mayron. And first of all, coming in new here, I want to thank the board for having difficult conversations like this in the way that Regent Wheeler mentions, and for the respectful way that the conversations have gone with the students that I've engaged in with to date, which I think has been in my interactions with getting to meet them and picking up from IP Edinger has been very respectful, and that we do need dialogue, and we do need respectful dialogue for the complicated problems that we have in the world. So I just want to thank everyone here for that. That is not the position every university president in the country is coming into this month in July, and so I think there's a lot of commending to be done for this gift that you're giving me and coming in dialogue and respect. Two just notes for the board in your future considerations and conversations. One is the world, as I look out into the next year, is not getting less complicated, it's getting more complicated. This time last year, none of the smartest minds in the world would have predicted October 7th. I don't know what the next year will bring, or any of the next years in this administration, but I know that they're going to be a complicated geopolitical concepts. And so, the sooner the board has any clarity on what that role is of this fiduciary responsibility in the endowment and the complex world for not just whatever this challenge is today, but for the one next March, next June, 2025 and 26, because they're going to come in this world we live in, would be helpful. The other comment I'll make on timing is universities around the country are all preparing for a complicated fall on campus. You folks had a complicated fall, a complicated spring. I hope and appreciate the respect and the dialogue of our students to date in their important activist views, but we all also have to realistically understand the complex environment on the ground for safety and welfare and health that we will all manage this fall. The sooner there is any clarity on any of these issues for my administration, the ease that I can then move forward and provide back to the board, the sooner that I can help communicate that and work with that for the community that I'm now going to be serving. So I guess those are the kind of top level comments I have, and I really appreciate the board's view and conversation on this.
Any reaction to President Cunningham's remarks? I will just, as I'm listening to people here, I think it would be fair to say that all of us agree that making sure that this university provides an arena for robust discussion about a myriad of issues, national, international, geopolitical, is just a bedrock of the university, other universities as well, creating that arena where people can feel like they can safely express their views, which in this complex world are more likely lately they disagree. There's no across-the-board consensus, and making sure we have an arena for that discussion, I think, is absolutely critical, and not doing anything that would tap down people's ability to express their views on these, as you talk of geopolitical issues and matters that come at hand. And so, but at the same time, the reality is we need revenues to support this university and the mission and the ability to create that arena. And the question for me is this revenue source, which is the endowment, which is designed to assist with scholarship and endowed chairs, and at the end of the day, reduce tuition costs, not increase tuition costs. Is that the appropriate vehicle for us to create this arena for engagement? And that goes, I think, to Regent Kenyana's position about our fiduciary duty, is we have to make sure that we can keep the lights on so that people can do the kind of engagement and discussion that they want to do. And the reason institutional neutrality has some appeal to me is because on the issue, at least starting with our endowment, is because I do think there are other avenues and ways that we can address these complex issues. But addressing it through the endowment, which is designed to create a revenue source for us to support our mission in a way that I personally believe will be, in this day and age of investment and the way we're invested, because we don't invest in specific stocks by and large anymore, I'm not sure we do at all, is not the way to express it. In fact, because it will have no impact on the global geopolitical issue at hand. If we pull our investment on Boeing or whatever various company has been, or Caterpillar has been asked, someone's going to buy up, we'll probably have to come out of that position completely. We're going to have to find another source to invest in, and somebody's going to buy up our position immediately, probably by the afternoon after we sell off our holdings in that particular fund. So because I do believe, by and large, acting through our endowment is symbolic, and it does have a major impact on our revenue stream to support what we're trying to do, which is, among so many things, but create that arena for discussion on these very complex and heartfelt issues, I think is a more appropriate way to go. And I do think we can look at, and I'm trying to sort this through in my head. Okay, we have a commitment to, for example, the environment. ESG, the first piece of that is the environment. But the university, that is consistent with what we're doing. In fact, we have, as part of Impact 2025, we are investing in something that we can control, which is we're investing in sustainability. And so that makes sense to me that I would perhaps create a carve-out for things related to the environment, because it is something that is consistent with what we're doing here as part of our own mission to address the environment within the university. And so I use that by way of example, that is it going to be easy? No. Would a charge like this be easy? Absolutely not. But I do think that there are things that we can begin to identify that are within our control, that are not merely symbolic and consistent with our mission, and then ask whether we should be looking at least on a going forward basis, whether we invest in positions that are contrary to what we're trying to achieve and spending money on it here at the university. So I do think that for me, the things that really struck me is using our endowment to make a statement about things that are not in our control is something I would not choose to do. I would find other ways to express what is in our control and where we can make a difference, and not do it through a revenue source, particularly in this environment where the state's investment of us keeps going down. We work with our donors, and any position we take can affect our donors and whether they're willing to donate money to the university. That's another significant area. And we're on issues that we do not have consensus on. Lastly, I just want to note, just as a point, it doesn't take away from the discussion at all, but both the Darfur and fossil fuel decisions did not come to the board they were not board decisions. The president made it. The President Gable made the decision on fossil fuels, and by the way, which was consistent with our whole sustainability policy that was is baked into Impact 2025. And Darfur, that was a decision that was made by the administration. It was not a decision by the board. So I just want to point out that the kinds of things that are coming to us or have come to us in the past are pretty far in few between. The Africa, the apartheid, yes, it was, as I understand it, a board decision after 7 years or 6 or 7 years of study on how to proceed on that. I'm not sure where we're going to go with this, but I did want to share at least my thinking on why institutional neutrality as a way in our endowment is something that has enormous appeal to me. And I do think there is a way to address to begin to carve out, if necessary, or address the issues that we feel so importantly on and that we are having an impact on, for example, the environment. Regent Hipsch.
Okay, I just going to add one thing to what you were talking about. You may agree or not, but I think one of the other things that we have to look at is endowments and universities make investments in different ways than we invest. They're long-term investments, so they might, Andrew Parks, check me if I'm wrong, but some of these investments are 20-year commitments. And if you get out at the wrong time, you take big hits because you're not allowed, And so can we predict what we're investing in today is not going to be popular 20 years from now? I don't know. So, I mean, we want to give the endowment folks that are running our investments the opportunity to get out at the right time. So even if we have a neutrality policy, they can get out at the right time. Because I think otherwise we could take a huge hit if you on the principle of the investment. So I'd like to hear what Andrew has to say about that.
Call a friend, all right, or call someone with information. Mr. Parks.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Mayron, members of the board, and Regent Hipsch. So just to affirm Regent Hipsch's point, he is correct that in many cases, time to liquidity on some of the investments can be upwards of 2 decades. I would say on average it's closer to 1. But I would just, to maybe connect a few dots from a few things that I heard, I think it's worth underscoring the point that, at least from my perspective, incorporating an ESG framework, in my mind, can be symbiotic with incorporating in a policy of institutional neutrality, not inherently contradictory to it. If you recall from the presentation last month, I mentioned that really at its core, ESG is about incorporating a broader and more comprehensive view of how we think about investment risks. And so in a very simplistic way, when you think about institutional neutrality, that means that we would be only looking at financial considerations, not non-financial ones. And ESG is really aligned with that concept. So I think there are certainly gray areas. I think the fossil fuel divestment example is one that we'd have to wade through. And certainly our office would work closely with President Cunningham and her office to wade through some of that. But I think there are ways to find, I guess, harmonization of those two policies that don't give me much concern.
Other comments? Yes, Regent Farnsworth, and then Regent Gully.
Really briefly, I want to thank Regent Kenyanya for kind of reframing around mission, versus the financial impact, because I think that's certainly where my grounding is in regards of being favorable towards institutional neutrality. And I guess actually a question for you, Chair Mayron, just to make sure, I'm sitting here really trying to listen closely to people's comments and want to understand what you were talking about regarding carve-outs. Kind of the last point you made around maybe it was just in relation to before we heard the answer on ESGs, how the policies would comport, but because I actually think we're rather in agreement, except for then when I heard about potentially making carve-outs or exceptions, that kind of seems to me to be difficult territory to walk on regarding position of institutional neutrality, but I don't want to misunderstand or misrepresent what you were saying. So I just want a little clarity on the very last piece you made.
Good luck. I think what I was doing is musing out loud. I don't know the appropriate way to, as I say, marry and integrate our ESG policy with a policy of institutional neutrality. I am hearing Mr. Parks talk about that they can be symbiotic, and that gives me hope, and which says to me that I don't have the solution. I would be looking to the administration to, if they heard it was the collective wisdom of this group on the endowment, we want institutional neutrality, but look, there are certainly pieces, or maybe we still like ESG and we want that to be part of the discussion. How do we marry these two things together? And it would be up to them to come back with recommendations on, is it even feasible to do? I mean, maybe it becomes an environment. I don't want to start brainstorming because at this point, I don't have any expertise to brainstorm on it, other than to say I do know that they are related and we need to address it. And the university is affirmatively doing in its own work here, is engaged in activities like our sustainability, our whole commitment to sustainability. It makes sense to me that investments may want to comport with what we're doing on items that we can control and that we are truly committed to. There is consensus about here at the university. So,
well, I hear you. That makes total sense. And then I think the last answer from Mr. Parks was really helpful for my thinking. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Maynard. Just to respond to that, I think practically speaking, from my perspective, I would not view a position of institutional neutrality as being tantamount to saying that we are here, and maybe this addresses Regent Gully's point to some degree, that we are here to make money at all costs. Because I think when we talked about at the last meeting what ESG aware means in practical terms for us, it's making money while doing good. And we've given a bunch of examples as to what that means. And again, different people could define that in different ways. But I think that, again, just to underscore the point that I think those two policies, we can work together and find a way for them to be symbiotic.
Okay. Regent Gully.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you. That is really helpful. I would be very interested in more details about that, because to me, the resolution that we have written in front of us literally just says neutrality, which I really struggle with, like, how to connect that with, like, if you have carve outs, if you have like other things that you're considering, is that neutrality? And if we're directing neutrality, I feel like maybe we need to get more clear about the language in the resolution, just for my own, like, peace of mind. But I appreciate you, like, clarifying that. I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that I heard. First of all, there were, a few folks had said, like, we don't know what's coming next year, the year after, and the world is getting more complicated. Yes, I agree with that. And I would say that we've only made these kinds of divestment decisions a few times in the history of the university. So I don't expect us to, without a policy of neutrality, to suddenly, like, take up decisions of divestment every single year, or to say yes to every policy, every proposal that we get of divestment. What I appreciate is the ability to have the conversation and the debate, and to have our students and our faculty and our staff and our community invested in these kinds of conversations. And that doesn't make them easy, but I would be interested in knowing more about the financial implications that we can sort of, like, take educated guesses on that that happen because of divestment decisions, because I would say, like, you know, I don't even know how I would vote on this current thing that's in front of us. I literally don't know how I would vote on it. And I think it depends a lot on, you know, there are ways to use a scalpel or a machete or a bulldozer, right? Like, we can decide when we have the discussion and when we have the debate, what level of, like, how deep are we going into divestment? How much are we, how far are we going into, like, how an organization or a company or this or that is connected to this particular situation? And we can take a narrow view on that. We can take a broad view. We can take something in between. I am definitely not the expert on investments, so I would not be the person to make those decisions. But I know that, you know, there's a broad range of, like, divestment can look like a lot of different things. It doesn't necessarily just look like let's throw it all out. It can look like, hey, we've got these specific companies that are profiting from selling weapons in, you know, whatever, and, like, we're going to not invest in those specific things. And so when I'm hearing, like, these have massive implications for our endowment, maybe, and maybe not. I mean, it depends a lot on how broadly and how far we go into these decisions and how much we're invested in the things that we would get out of right now and how we would reinvest those funds. And the other thing that I would just say is that these are long-term investments. And so when we make changes, we can't just walk them back. Like, we're trying to divest from fossil fuels right now. It is a 5 to 7 year process to divest from fossil fuels. It's not something that can happen overnight. So if we, and I'm hearing that neutrality wouldn't necessarily mean that we have to walk that back, but if we did walk that back, it's not like we can just decide next year to, like, walk that back again. It's a long process. It's something that takes a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of consideration about how we do it. And I wonder about things like, and I don't know that this is related to the endowment, but Regent Wheeler had said, could this be more broad? And I wonder about things like, we were trying to give back the land in Cloquet. Would this impact our ability to make decisions like that if we took a broad position of neutrality? Maybe the answer is no, and I see you shaking your head, so that's good. But I just want to make sure that we're really taking into account, like, the potential implications for this. So,
Thank you. Good comments. Regent Tarabi.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. Yeah, I think I just wanted to echo that sentiment about our assumptions about investments and sort of divestment, right? Considerations, just the assumption that everything means we're going to make less money. I guess I'm curious how we're sort of just assuming that, right? And maybe that's the part that I'm saying I'm not ready for this resolution, because I think there are several steps in between in order to kind of get there. And some of the conversations that I've heard today sort of leads me to feel that way as well, both you know, the reality that we've made some of these tough decisions and they've been more administrative than here at the board policy. And if that's true, then why are we putting a resolution in front of the board, right? Like, what does that actually do? I'm curious about that, and want to hear, I guess, my colleagues' thoughts, like, is it necessary, right? And also, what are the steps that you know, has been taken administratively to kind of create the framework? And I think I learned some from the last presentation that helped me to understand that process already. But I feel like, of course, each time our communities voice something, it's important to think through and kind of plug it into that framework to see where we land. So wanting to kind of understand that, but I guess I still feel the same, like, why this resolution if it's not really how we actually do things. So I just wanted to kind of say those couple things about what I've been hearing.
Regent, let me just say one thing about it is, whether this is something that should be coming to the board for a policy or a policy statement. I think that in fairness to the administration, and right now there is a pending request to the administration regarding divestment of certain companies in Israel. And where that decision lies then and who makes that decision or what that response should be, I do think involves a much broader discussion, which is why we're talking about it at the board level. And certainly the presentation was made to us at the board meeting by the group seeking divestment at a board level. So in part, it's to give guidance with the administration on how to deal with these incredibly difficult issues where there's clearly conflict and lack of consensus about how to address these issues and whether to address them through the endowment. So that's in part why we're having a board discussion. If the board says, you know what, not our problem, we delegated this to the president and, have at it and make a decision, that's an option, but I don't think that would. My own view is that I think that in fairness to our administration, they need guidance on how to proceed. So that was just why is it coming to the board or does it need to come to the board at all? I think it's been teed up that way.
Yeah. And Chair Mayron, sorry. I just want to clarify, I don't mean that it shouldn't come and we should just punt it back. I mainly am just saying I feel like the questions, and I think Regent Kenyanya's point about sort of the namings approach to this is really about a framework maybe that feels like would be helpful instead of, I do think this is, I don't really know what the neutrality resolution is right now because it is pretty basic on here. So to me, I wasn't sort of saying we shouldn't have these discussions and it's not our problem. I do think we have to think about it, and I think that it is complicated, which is why it requires our thought or our discussion on this. So I really value that. I'm just simply saying I think we need more things in between before we refine the resolution.
Regent Kenyanya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment just kind of percolated as I was listening to Regent Gully speak, and and she was speaking to the importance of having the avenue, leaving it open to some extent, however that may look like. As I was thinking about that, I think we're here only because this is so contentious and society seems split just about in half, because the other, again, I'm not super well read on history, but there's a lot of issues we're not generally as a society neutral on, right? And outside of the endowment, we are encountering some of these same issues that really are societal issues as we're framing our policies, as we're framing, this and that, DEI, the fact that we engage in that and invest in it so much is contentious. So this just happens to be perhaps the most difficult one. I guess what I'm saying is it seems that just about every generation looks back on the previous one and is like, well, how could they have ever done that, right? And then the next one looks at yours and how did they ever do that? And again, we'll be looked back at too. But I'm saying that to say having the option or the avenue to make a divestment decision may be valuable. I certainly can't think of all the possible examples where things may happen. And this is a comment separate from this current one, right? Again, we could take up the current question up or down, but to maybe close that door permanently is something I'd need to think more about. I think we may one day regret that.
Any other comments? about this. Yes, Regent Wheeler.
Yeah, I mean, just a quick one. You know, I think, first of all, again, I really appreciate the discussion and the different viewpoints as they keep informing, you know, me and the way to think about this and how to best protect the institution and its core values. You know, I do think we have to listen to the timeliness concern. I think that there's a time for this board to be able to set some guardrails around what we think is most appropriate, and I think that helps and aids the administration. So I think that I would say that there's some timeliness, and these are going to be ongoing. This is not going to be just the issue of the day that's been mentioned before. So I think that us being able to set some principles is important. I like when you read about other organizations that have done this, other universities, how they've done it. Like I particularly like Princeton says, you know, restraint instead of neutrality. You know, so there may be other ways that are more acceptable, and thinking about that. And I love, Andrew, that you think these principles can coexist with ESG, because we have to make sure we're doing well while doing good, doing well for our mission while doing good in the world too as best we can. So I think if I were to be able to see how those things intersect and agree, you know, I could move in this direction. But I think until then, we're going to be bullocked up, and then we won't give the guidance to the administration that they deserve to move forward.
So I'm trying to synthesize everything I'm hearing here from the various comments that have been made, and I'll just share kind of my take on it. Is I am hearing several of you say, you know, how does this work with our ESG policy, and what would this look like if we married the two together? And so, before I could vote on a resolution of neutrality, I need to know what it would look like in terms of impact on the ESG policy, and how are we going to integrate those two before I can decide about whether to adopt a neutrality position. I'm hearing that. I'm also hearing that, that people want more information, and maybe it's clearly about how are you going to marry those two policies together. But I'm also hearing still that I still want more information on, for example, potential impact on, just because we say that it'll have an impact on the endowment, will it really have an impact, and what's the and what would that look like, and that would help inform their decisions if they had more information. So I'm hearing that as well. And I will just point this out. This will not get us to an instant answer. Or one quickly as we approach the fall. But again, drawing on what the board did with the renaming is a proposal came to them to rename the 4 buildings. It was rejected by I think 11-1 vote, the proposal of the administration. In part, the reasons that some of the regents gave for their voting it down is because no policy was in place to give them direction or criteria by which to consider the request for renaming. And so ultimately, when the recommendation was rejected by the board, at the same time, the board did direct then the president to come back with a renaming policy that would lay out criteria by which they could consider future requests for renaming. And then we went through that whole process with President Gable on ultimately what became a policy. And so, you know, another alternative, as I'm trying to think about where do we go from here, is to say, not maybe comfortable with an across-the-board neutrality position on investments. Maybe the way to go is look, as requests come up, building on what Regent Gully has said, that her hope that they won't be very frequent, is that instead we have a policy that lays out the criteria that would be examined before the administration made a recommendation to us on what to do with that request whether it's for divestment, I'll just use divestment, that it would, here's the 5 or 6 criteria that you might consider: complexity, impact on the endowment, is there consensus, is it something we can control, is it merely symbolic? I mean, all the things that are kind of driving the decision, and you do it on a case-by-case basis. I do think going that route, which is another way to approach this, is will take more time, I'm guessing, for the administration to develop and go through the process. However, the consulting, the joint governance would work its way through. With renaming in that situation, basically, President Gable came to us, the board, got our reaction to different kinds of policies, went back and drafted something, and then presented it to different constituencies and stakeholders for them to react to. Don't know how that would be conducted by President Gable or President Cunningham and her administration, but that's another alternative. But that is a longer process. Doesn't mean that's not the way we want to go, but just we need to understand, in the meantime, the issue at hand is not going away, and at some point we may need to. We're going to have to figure out what to do with the current request, and maybe the current request is we're voting it against it because we don't have a policy in place that tells us how to analyze your request, and we wanted a policy in place before we can address your request, and so that's what we've directed the administration to do. I mean, these are just some thoughts that I'm throwing out about possible avenues on how to proceed forward. Yes, Regent Farnsworth.
Thank you, Chair Mayron. Really briefly, I mean, I think that, you know, we're hearing from, well, there's a couple different things here. I agree that I think, you know, regardless of what approach we take, I would be in favor of kind of handling the current request on the table, because I think energy around that is going to continue, and that at the very least to respond to, I think, that part of what maybe it was not directly mentioned but implied by what President Cunningham said around timeliness of giving direction to the administration, which I'm really sensitive to it and heard that loud and clear, and appreciate your active participation on that piece and actually other pieces in this meeting as well. I think that's helpful. I think that needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And I don't think this is a surprise to anyone. I've been in favor for a while now of the board getting involved in that piece. I think in order to the other question, again, just sensitive to the broader question around endowment and investments, which is definitely within, squarely within the board's purview from a policy standpoint and from a directional standpoint, understanding just from learning here today, maybe how some of these other decisions were made in the future or in the past that were more administrative based. I'm really hoping that we can move on this. I clearly have a stance today in relation to this resolution, but I'm also open to continued conversation and just really want to support what we're hearing from the administration, and also just my viewpoint as one small piece of this dialogue that's been happening on campus, and hearing all the things that we've heard from various constituencies. And yes, I see some parallels to the naming discussion. I certainly wasn't on the board then, but was sitting over there in the corner on that April 2019 meeting and was a part of that as a member of student government. See some parallels to that policy process, but also view this differently in that I am really hoping it's something we can act timely on, but also have the board discussion that's needed. And I can only speak on behalf of myself, willing to designate as much time on that as needed in order to be able to give guidance on this, so the new administration can move on other priorities, many of which we're going to spend the next couple days talking about. So thank you.
Okay. Well, a good discussion, I can say, for sure. As I've said on previous occasions, many annoyingly good points by everybody. So I think that we've gone as far as we can with the review of this resolution. In terms of next steps, I think it's premature to commit to what those next steps will be. And so I think we just need to have some more thought about where we go from here with this resolution that's under review right now. It is currently not set up for, we put it on a calendar for a date of action, in part because this really was designed to engender the discussion and see where we need to go with it from here. And I think we've accomplished that. So thank you very much, everyone, for your participation, and again, what is a very difficult issue for all of us. All right. Our next item is reports of committees. The committees did not meet this month, so we have no committee business for item 14. Yay. Okay. Item 15 is old business. Is there any old business to come before the board? Hearing none, is there any new business to come before the board?
Don't tempt me.
Nope, hearing none. All right, then this board meeting is adjourned. I would ask that, I don't know if we have any input that you can provide before we adjourn.
3:30 start.
Okay, we're doing a 3:30 start with our retreat down